Chapter 1 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susanna Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris, by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 1. A Fish Supper. Those were happy days, sighed the old smuggler, as he swallowed his cider and set his glass noisily down upon the table. And we had many a narrow escape. One would suppose you were sorry they were over, said the coast-guard with a laugh. He knew very well if Beslin were once started on the narration of his former exploits that he would not quickly stop, and that he himself might hope for an invitation to supper, in order to hear the conclusion of the tale. But, to tell the truth, it was not so much the supper which the coast-guard found so tempting, as the hope of catching a glimpse of that rare apparition, Mademoiselle Bonne-Marie, who made her appearance at meals. "Of course I'm sorry," said the hardened sinner, with an angry thump on the table. "That was living. Everything was crowded into those days. The dangers of the sea, the danger of firearms always ready to send a ball through us, the danger of breaking one's neck among the rocks with 50 kilograms of smuggled tobacco on one's back. There was some excitement in such things. And now here I am, stranded like an old boat, unfit for service, and spending my time looking out of the window to see what sort of weather it is." "Do you know what you ought to do, Father Beslin?" insinuated the coast-guard, retreating a little from his dangerous proximity to the old man as he spoke. "You ought to enter our service, and you would be the most useful man among us." "What the devil do you mean?" exclaimed the old smuggler, brandishing his fist under the nose of his companion, who hastily drew back still further. "If you were not the good fellow I know you to be, you should pay dearly for this very poor joke. Do you think I would assist you in catching the fellows who are new to the business in which for 40 years I was the cleverest of all my companions? Do you think I would do such a thing? No, you don't. But I will tell you a few things you don't know, clever as you think yourself. I could tell you of places where, this very day, tons of tobacco are hidden. You pass by it, but your nostrils are not keen enough to track it. Here this is smuggled tobacco," and Beslin pushed an earthen jarful toward him. "I never smoke any other, as you know very well, and yet you have the audacity to ask me to betray the good fellows who bring it to me?" The coast-guard drew his pipe from his pocket and began to fill it, without seeming to care the least that the tobacco he was using had defrauded the revenue. "I was only jesting, Father Beslin," he said. "And you know where the stores are hidden, do you? Tell me a little about it. That you can do and not harm anyone, you know." "Tell you? No, not much," said the old Normand with a sagacious air. "But I will tell you a story instead," he continued, with a knowing wink. "One day we had landed at the Neige de Cherbourg with a full load of laces, and English tobacco like that you are smoking, only better. As the night had been stormy, you coastguards, as you call yourselves, but spies as we call you, had allowed us to run in our cargo without interference, and the tobacco lay high and dry among the rocks, sheltered from wind and wave. But in the morning the weather was glorious, and all the people poured out of their houses, just as the slugs come out when it rains, only it is just the contrary, you understand. The next day was Sunday, and I went down with the cart to the shore, but it was necessary to pass a revenue station which no longer exists." Then the old smuggler stopped and laughed heartily. "What amuses you?" asked his companion, who wished to avail himself of all the information possessed by the old man. "I laugh when I think that one of your captains persuaded the government that his station was unnecessary and had better be removed inland. And why? Because he had a house at Herquil which belonged to his wife, and he wanted to let it as lodgings for his men, and now the fellows walk comfortably about it all day long with their hands in their pockets and nothing to do. Oh, your captain was a clever fellow. We have drank many a bottle to his good health, and on the day when he had his housewarming at the new station—" The coast-guard bit his lips, while Beslin roared with laughter. "Well, to go back to my story," continued the smuggler, when he had laughed enough, "I hid my cart among the rocks, and then I went on a little to see what was going on. I found that they had put a bench in front of the station, and all the men were warming themselves in the sun like so many lizards. I was rather puzzled as to what I should do next, when I saw a woman coming down the road with a rosary in her hand. I went to meet the woman. It was just at that time quite the fashion to go on a pilgrimage to the Bain-Haro Thomas at Biville, a spring which cures all sorts of diseases. It may not now, but it did at that time, and it seems to me I have heard that devotees have fallen off considerably lately. At that time, too, girls went there in search of husbands. They did not say so, but all the same, that was why they performed the pilgrimage and went off to the Bain-Haro Thomas, fasting. I saw at once that this good woman was on her way to Byville, for she was newly dressed, and, as I told you, held a rosary in her hands. But I did not think that she was after a husband, for she was nearly 60 years old. "You are performing a pilgrimage, madame?" I said to her as I got near her. "Yes, sir," she answered politely. "Is it far to Byville?" "Indeed it is," said the good woman with a sigh, as she looked down at her shoes already white with dust. "If you choose," I said, "I can give you a lift, for I have a stout cart over there. There are some faggots in it, to be sure, but they can be arranged so that they won't trouble you, I think. I am going to La Grande Vallée, behind Vauville." "Ah," said my new friend, "it was certainly Bienheureux Thomas who sent you my way. I will say a prayer or two for you." "Very well," I said, "come along with me and get into my cart." In 5 minutes more we were seated side by side, the woman telling her beads, and I driving my little mare. Up to this time the men at the station had not caught a glimpse of us, but I was sure the very moment they recognized me they would search the cart, and then all would be lost of course. As we came to the turn of the road I said to my companion, "I see my brother in the meadow up there, and I want to tell him not to wait dinner for me. But you can drive on, and I will overtake you by making a short cut, which will bring me further down the road. Keep straight on, and don't be afraid, the mare is as mild as a suckling dove." So then I jumped out, and the woman drove the mare quietly alone. When the coastguard saw this venerable-looking female with a rosary on her arm, past them without showing the smallest haste or anxiety, they, of course, did not trouble themselves about her. She went on until she got to Vauville, where I joined her, and jumping into the cart I whipped up my beast and we flew like the wind. "My dear good man," she cried, "please don't drive so fast, your faggots are killing me." But there was no use in her complaining. I did not draw on my mare, nor did I even answer her. When we reached the brook in La Grande Vallée, I drew up hastily and helped her out politely. "I'm very much obliged to you," she said, "although your faggots were pretty sharp." "The faggots were not the only things in the wagon that are sharp," I answered. And I spoke the truth, for I had been sharp enough to make by that trip about 500 francs. "That was a very bright idea, Father Beslin," replied the coastguard, after a brief period devoted to a determination that he himself would never allow a cart loaded with brushwood to pass him unsearched. "And what did you do with all that money?" "Ask Bonne-Marie. Her education has cost me the very eyes out of my head, and now she's a real young lady. She has been educated in the very best school at Cherbourg, and has her diploma. Yes, Mademoiselle Beslin is a lady, I am happy to say." And the old smuggler rubbed his hands with an air of intense satisfaction. "The fact is, Dr. Beslin," said the coastguard as he twisted his moustache, "the fact is, Mademoiselle Bonne-Marie is a young person who is endowed with every possible perfection. She will be the ornament of her sex, and more especially of her husband. If she should be inclined to marry a coastguard officer, I think I may say that I am sure of my promotion, and—" "It is not to me that you must say these things," interrupted Beslin with a cunning air. "I am not a young lady, you know, Monsieur Chamelot." "Do you mean, then," cried Chamelot joyously, "that you will make no objection and give your consent?" "I give no consent whatever, sir. It is for my daughter to decide. She is quite capable of managing all her affairs, and I have sworn that I would not interfere with, cross, or even advise her. Go to the young lady herself." Chamelot was not encouraged enough to be enthusiastic, and he took refuge in his pipe and smuggled tobacco. The two men sat for some time in silence, smoking in front of each other. The room was large but low, and lighted by one window, as is the usual in houses of the peasantry in the Hague. The thick walls were of white plaster, and held innumerable cupboards with oak doors. The deep window had a long bench which continued around the room, and a heavy table nearly filled the remaining space. It was on this bench that the coastguard sat, while Father Beslin occupied a very old armchair, whose straw bottom was replaced by a board and a feather pillow, very much flattened by long usage. The window looked out upon the sea, and on the little harbour of Almonville. The sun was sinking behind the hills, the tops of which still glowed with its rays. The small fort stood out against the blue sky. Not far away, and in the distance, across the deep blue sea, the sharply indented coast was seen, the coast that is so picturesque all the way to Cherbourg. "You are very comfortable here," said Chamelot, looking out at the closed window. "Yes, we are comfortable," answered his host, "but we have no luxuries about us. This bench and this table, with that bed in the alcove with its red calico curtains, are about all we have." Beslin was not far wrong. A low chair in the sheltered corner by the fire was Bonne-Marie's usual seat when she was preparing the meals. A few cooking utensils hanging on the nails by the side of the chimney attracted the eye by their cleanly glitter. The soup was simmering, suspended from a crane over the wood fire. All was simple, but as the coastguard had said, all was comfortable in this peasant home. "Luxuries do not make happiness," replied Chamelot philosophically. "That is quite true, and you ought to know, for you are not rich either," answered the smuggler with quiet malice. "Who told you so?" Chamelot answered with some irritation. "Who told me so? Why, no one, of course. It does not need anyone to tell me that you would spend your life at the coastguard stations if you could help it." "It is a very respectable service, nevertheless," replied Chamelot. "I dare say, and so is a fire company," murmured Beslin, without taking the pipe from his mouth. Chamelot was trying to find some withering reply to this remark, when the door opened. A ray of the level sunlight poured in, and with it came a visitor. This was a man of about 30, dressed in a cloth jacket and full of breeches. He pulled off his felt hat and then put it on again. He did not enter the room, but stood on the threshold with a basket in his hand and a heavy net on his shoulder, and apparently waited for an invitation. "Ah, is that you, Bellivon?" said the old man, shading his eyes with his hand from the sunshine. "Yes, it is. I came to see if you would kindly accept a few fish." "Ask Bonne-Marie, my boy. I have no doubt she will, and give you a hearty thank you, besides. Hallo, Bonne-Marie, come here." At this shout, a clear, sweet voice from above answered, "Yes, in one moment," and steps on the wooden stairs presently announced the approach of the young girl. "Come in," said Beslin to the newcomer. "I will wait a moment, if you please," was the reply. Bonne-Marie now appeared. She was a blonde with the softest blue eyes imaginable, but just at this moment they were bright with mischief. A mass of fair hair was confined by a white cap, and delicately penciled brows and long sweeping lashes added to the perfection of her charming face. Had she been ugly, the sweetness of her expression would have made you forget the fact, but she was very pretty, and the young people of Aumonville knew this very well. "Here is Bellivon, who has brought you some fish," said Father Beslin to his daughter, while she was addressing his guests. "Will you accept them, Mademoiselle Bonne-Marie?" said the fisherman with some hesitation. "I picked out a few fine fish with the hope—" He pulled away the seaweed which covered his basket, and the sun fell on a dozen magnificent fish with white pearly bellies and glittering prismatic backs. "You are crazy, Jean-Baptiste," said Bonne-Marie in her musical voice, without one vestige of the nasal twang common to that part of the country. "What on earth can we do with all those?" "Eat them, I trust, mademoiselle, for if you will not have them I shall toss them back into the sea. In fact, I said just those very words to myself when I caught them." "Very well then, Jean-Baptiste, do not throw them back into the sea, but stay here and help us eat them. Here is a friend from the coastguard station who will do the same," said the smuggler with a laugh. Bellivon darted at Chamelot a glance which was by no means very amiable, but Bonne-Marie had hold of the basket and was drawing it towards her, and him with it. He yielded to the movement, and the door closed behind her. He was in the room at last. He threw down his net in the corner, and said in a low voice to his host, "Thank you for that good turn, Father Beslin." The fire soon flamed high in the chimney. The soup was strained and covered, and set among the ashes to keep hot. The classic tripod replaced it, and the supper was well started. While Bonne-Marie went and came, moving rapidly but noiselessly, and laying the table, Jean-Baptiste prepared the fish in the wavering firelight. The girl turned hastily, and stood on tiptoe to reach some utensil that hung high up, and that moment he snatched the corner of her apron and kissed it. The supplicating eyes he fixed on her were more eloquent than words. No one noticed these two, or could hear either of them speak, for the old smuggler was still teasing the coastguard and going off at intervals into explosions of laughter. The girl drew away her apron and said firmly, but by no means angrily, "No, Jean-Baptiste, no. I have only the same answer to make to-day that I have made before." "And why not?" murmured the fisherman, trying to soften the girl's obdurate heart with a loving, submissive smile. "Because I do not love you enough to be your wife." "What can I do to make you love me?" asked Jean-Baptiste, trembling all over with eagerness. "How can a man make you love him?" "I could love no man who is not my superior," answered Bonne-Marie with unconscious cruelty. "It is true," murmured the poor fellow bitterly. "I am only a poor fisherman, and you are a young lady." "Oh, it is not that," replied Bonne-Marie eagerly. "You have misunderstood me." "And why is it then?" "I will tell you another time. I like you too much to expose you to ridicule," she added gaily. "And they are looking at us." She flew to the other end of the room, and Jean-Baptiste returned sadly to his fish. "Her superior," he said to himself, "her superior, and yet how happy any one would be in loving her as she desires. Perhaps she will find this superior in this coastguard, while He cast a furious look at the man of whom he was so frightfully jealous. But this jealousy was by no means the work of the young girl who had done all in her power to discourage Chamelot, who, however, was so strongly entrenched in his armour of self-conceit that he was not easily turned aside from his object. Absolute and intolerable rudeness can alone open the eyes of such people. The party was soon gathered around the supper table, and thanks to Father Beslin's caustic wit, of which Chamelot was the victim, the merriment was incessant. Chamelot was by no means dull or foolish, and his repartees were often as amusing as Beslin's attacks. The old man was not restrained, however, by any fear of wounding the pride or feelings of his guests, and his remarks were excessively rude sometimes. Belavoine was sincerely delighted at each and every attack upon his rival. Besides, he himself was in luck that night, and carried off the honours of war, as the supper was of his providing, and Bonne-Marie sat close at his side, so close that her dress and even her arm touched him from time to time. The pleasure of seeing her so pretty and so fresh soothed for the moment the pain caused by her rejection. After supper there was coffee, and this coffee was good and strong, and had a dash of liquor in it. After placing a bottle of brandy on the table, Bonne-Marie retired softly, without saying good night to anyone, and the two men proceeded to indulge in strong libations. Chamelot was the first to feel his legs unmanageable. Belavoine had drunk less. Not that he was more sober as a general rule than the men about him, in a country where man is more praised than blamed for drinking deeply, but his eyes were on his rival, and he hoped to catch him committing some egregious folly, at which he could have a chance to laugh. Chamelot, after a while, began to talk loud and fast, and Beslin was not behindhand, but after a long chapter of reminiscences they both grew weary, and the company separated. As he accompanied his guest to the door, Beslin, whose head was steady in spite of some intemperances of his tongue, put a hand on the shoulders of each. "All this is very well, my boys," he said, "but I tell you honestly, if once I see my way clear to do a little business in smuggling, I shall try it again. I shall try it again." "And I will help you, Beslin. I give my word on that score now," answered Belavoine, with a glance of defiance at the coast guard. "You will help me? All right, and why shouldn't you? Your father did many a time." "And I should be very sorry, of course," said Chamelot, with a profound bow, "if I were obliged to shoot you down with my gun. But the law before all else, you know." "To be sure, the law before all. That is it, my boy. And now to bed with you both, for I think each of you sees double." End of Chapter 1. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 2 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 2. The Smuggler. The coast guard departed with a most uncertain step, and caught at several posts as he went down the road, while Jean Baptiste marched steadily along towards his distant dwelling. Before going in he looked at his boat, safely drawn up on the shore, spread his net out on the rocks to dry, and then, shutting the door behind him, went to bed without a light. "Yes, my boys," muttered old Beslin. "Yes, you may hang around here as much as you please, but neither of you will have my daughter. Mademoiselle Beslin is a proud little piece. She's been well brought up, and neither of you are worthy of a girl of her beauty and education. She never said so, to be sure, for she is no chatterbox, but I know it all the same. But she is proud. Whew! Proud isn't the word. She gets it from me. Her mother was above me in station, but she married me nevertheless, and not for my money, but for my good looks. Why won't somebody marry Bonne-Marie for her good looks? Her eyes are handsomer than mine ever were." Beslin went into the house, rubbing his hands cheerfully, and was soon sound asleep in the great bed, shut in by the red calico curtains. Beslin was in the habit of disappearing every afternoon at a certain time, and during the 18 months since his daughter's return, she had learned to respect the mystery of his movements, and never asked a question. In general, in places like La Hogue, where old customs were still preserved, children continued to be respectful to their parents. The scenes of abandonment and brutality which are so often caused by a division of small property, or by the anticipation of it, are absolutely without example in the simple country, where the children are deferential to the wishes and obedient to the commands of their parents. Bonne-Marie, although raised by education far above the intellectual and moral level of old Beslin, was nevertheless a devoted and submissive daughter. Her hands, which had become white and delicate in her 10 years of boarding-school life, did not now shrink from any domestic task. The smuggler's home, so dreary and neglected during the absence of the daughter, who had left immediately after her mother's death, had regained the neat look which had once characterized it. White curtains hung over the only 2 windows of the house. Soap, sand, and soda had eradicated every spot, and the furniture shone like looking-glasses. "It was not for such work as this that I sent you to boarding school," grumbled Beslin sometimes, when coming in unexpectedly he would find his daughter busy with these things. "I beg your pardon, my dear father," answered Bonne-Marie gaily. "Cleanliness and housekeeping were the first lessons taught me." To this Beslin had no reply to make, but contented himself with admiring his daughter. "I have done," he said the day that Bonne-Marie came back from school under the care of the good woman of the neighborhood who had been sent to Cherbourg for her. "I have done. I shall do no more smuggling." "How then will you live?" asked some of his associates. "I have something put away," he answered with a wink. "And then, too, a pretty girl like mine won't be long in marrying, and my son-in-law can feed me." This jest was the only reply that anyone could extort from him, and yet Beslin, born a smuggler as it were, for his father had been one before him, now appeared to have given up the illicit traffic. His imprudence was so great in regard to it that one day, when an employee of the government asked him his profession before giving him a certain license for which he had applied, Beslin quietly answered with a wink, "Smuggler, sir, smuggler." This jest proved a harmless one, as the employee, who knew him well, smiled and did not set down the illegal appellation, but substituted another. But people in Aumonville and its vicinity asked each other seriously how on earth Beslin would live if he gave up smuggling. And the word live was used in its broadest sense, for his restless spirit demanded excitement and adventure as much as his body did daily food. The house in which he lived was the sole property of which he was known to be possessed, and his house brought him no income. Beslin, however, disappeared every day, as we have said. "I am going to walk," he would regularly call out to his daughter, and soon his robust form would be seen on the shore. Then he disappeared from view, and no one took the trouble to see where he went. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 3 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville, translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 3. Dreams. The day after the fish supper, the old man departed as usual, Bonne-Marie having put into the daintiest order the little room she occupied in the upper floor of the house, and watered the 2 geraniums which stood on the window-sill, cast a look at herself in the mirror which imparted to her pretty face a greenish tinge that was far from desirable, and then, with her work-basket in her hand, went down into the garden behind the house. Bonne-Marie's work was a piece of tapestry of the most glowing colors. What did she intend to do with this tapestry, which was so little in accordance with the house in which she lived and with her daily life? "I shall use it when I am married," she would say to the girls of her own age who questioned her. The occasional hours which Bonne-Marie found it possible to snatch from the all-engrossing cares of the house were spent, thanks to this piece of canvas, in an enchanted dream. These brilliant wools brought back to her all that she had learned from the discreet romances she had read in her school, in regard to the life of the world and society. Carriages like those she had seen driving rapidly through Cherbourg on the days of the races appeared once more before her eyes. Again she saw the lovely toilettes worn by the fair Parisians in the casino or the watering places, and the handsome men who came down in the trains of Saturday and Monday. Behind this dazzling phantasmagoria was hidden Paris. Paris, that city of the blessed, and it was in Paris that Bonne-Marie longed to live. In Paris she would live in a pretty little house like those in which there are so many around Cherbourg, the homes of people in easy circumstances. She would have a carriage and horses, a hothouse, and a garden. Here Bonne-Marie cast a contemptuous glance at the poor little garden, planted with a few rustic flowers and many useful cabbages. She would have a wide avenue and a smooth gravel walk, shaded by magnificent trees that would always be fresh and green and ornamented by bronze statues, like a certain garden she had seen through the bars of a gate. Her husband would give her all these things, and many others besides. But where was this husband coming from? He certainly would not be found at Aumonville. There was no question about this. Bonne-Marie did not say this to herself, however, and her reflections were a little vague on this especial point. Some fine day the husband would of course appear. It was in the nature of things. They would meet, possibly, on the shore, and he would admire her at once. He would be struck with her distinguished beauty, and remain rooted to the ground. She, much agitated, would slowly pursue her way, and then suddenly turn round for one more look, and this look would decide the destiny of both. This future husband might be a painter with his palette and brushes. He would pass their house just about sunset one night, and he would see her, seated just as she was now, through the carefully trimmed hawthorn hedge, and he would stop to look at her. She would raise her eyes, and this illustrious being, this pride and hope of France, would feel that his happiness was there in that modest garden, between 100-leaved rose and a lavender bush. "Bonne-Marie," said a voice behind the hedge. She started violently. Had her dream come to pass at last? She raised her eyes and saw the well-known face of Jean-Baptiste. "What do you want?" she asked with a burning blush, a blush of shame at the remembrance of the fancies and the enjoyment of which she had been interrupted. It seemed to her that the fisherman must be able to read them. "Bonne-Marie, tell me, why will you not love me?" Jean-Baptiste was leaning with both elbows on the hawthorn hedge, which was so strong and firm that it hardly bent under his weight. He was looking at Mademoiselle Beslin with those plaintive, submissive eyes, so like those of a faithful dog. "Poor Jean," she murmured softly, not yet quite awake to the real world about her. "I cannot, but it is not my fault, nor is it yours." "But what would you have? I am an honest fellow. I never did any harm to anyone. I am a fisherman, because I must be something. But if you prefer, I would go to town and go into trade. I could become a grocer, you know." "No, no, not that," answered Bonne-Marie quickly. "Not that." "Not a grocer? Well, just as you please. If you say so, I am ready to sell all I own here and go to Paris. This is what you want, Mademoiselle Beslin. I have found that out. You would like to live in Paris. I should like it too, I think." "What would you do in Paris, my poor Jean-Baptiste?" said Bonne-Marie as she folded her work slowly. "And you, what would you do there?" answered the fisherman. A faint smile flickered over the girl's face. Little did it matter to her what she would do there. She would be rich and respected. Was that not enough? "No, Jean," she said gently. "Neither at Paris nor elsewhere could I love you. Have I not said that I must look up to my husband, that he must be my master?" "And that is easily done, I should say," replied Jean-Baptiste angrily. "Your master, do you say? Perhaps you should like to be beaten?" Bonne-Marie's gentle eyes flashed fire. "No, no," she said. "No man will ever beat me. But we understand each other so little, my poor Jean, that it is no use for us to talk, and this is precisely why I cannot love you." Unconsciously she had fallen into the familiar thou, which in their class indicated not so much tenderness and affection as the fact that they had grown up together. This familiarity delighted the young man, and his eyes sparkled with pleasure as he answered: "Books, Bonne-Marie, have turned your head, and the day will come when you will realize the worth of some things you now despise. People who are born in the country and have lived there do not bear transplanting. It is this earth which nourishes us, and we must not be ungrateful. You are not made for Paris. You are in no way fitted for it. This is the place for you, and where you ought to remain. You will see this for yourself some day." "We shall see," repeated Bonne-Marie, lifting her head haughtily. "It is that fool of a coast guard that has put these ideas into your head. He is a fool, and a traitor beside. You prefer him, do you? He told you he could have a good place, be promoted, and take you away with him. He wishes to go tomorrow with you to Beaumont." "Who says so?" asked Bonne-Marie angrily. "He says so himself." "Does he indeed? Well, I presume he can hardly go without permission." "And you will not allow him, then, to go with you?" asked Jean-Baptiste. She was silent for a moment, and then, in a tone of intense annoyance, she said: "I do not love you, Jean-Baptiste, at least not with the love for which you ask, but I do not wish to hurt your feelings or offend you in any way. No, not for all the coast guards in the world. But when I say no, it is no. You can come if you choose." "With you?" "No, not with me. I shall go alone because I do not intend to be your wife. But you can come after me and see for yourself how much love I have for this beautiful coast guard in his green uniform." Bonne-Marie rose and turned toward the house. "Are you going away?" said the fisherman sadly. "It is time to prepare supper. Good night," answered Bonne-Marie. She took several steps and then stopped. "It is very unfortunate, dear Jean," she said, that you should have taken such foolish ideas into your head, and if at any time one should tell you that I allow myself to be courted by one of these men, you may just tell him to his face that it is false." She entered the house, leaving Jean-Baptiste both sad and happy, as a dog is sad and happy when his food is brought to him, but he is not unchained. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 4 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 4. Going to Market. The sun was just coming up above the high hills which environed the pretty valley of Almonville. The pastures where the tall, crisp grass was green and fresh from early spring until late autumn were lined with the shadows of the tall trees on the summit of the hill. Huge rocks of a soft gray, with patches of emerald green moss, and yellow and brown lichens sparkled with the dew that lay fresh upon them. Masses of heather, at this season of a sombre green, and in autumn of a rich growing purple, lay dark among the firs, which in that blessed country clothes as with the mantle of gold the most arid tracts of land. A light, yellow mist shrouded the poplars, whose leaves were just bursting forth, while the willows had been in greater haste, and were already clothed in their light green foliage. The hawthorn hedges were a mass of white blossoms, like a bridal bouquet, and wound along the high roads and up the hillside in every direction, they being the boundary lines of the fields and meadows. At the end of the valley rose an old mill, built of grey stone, which seemed to block up the road entirely, and to shut out this charming fertile valley, scooped out, as it were, between two hills, from any intercourse with the outer world. It was midway in this valley that we again catch a glimpse of Bonne-Marie, in a short petticoat made of a striped woolen stuff woven in the village, and wearing one of those little fluted caps which are so becoming to the girls of this part of the country. Bonne-Marie seemed to have forgotten her worldly aspirations, and was a mere peasant going to the market at Beaumont to buy her provisions for the week. On the other side of the valley Jean-Baptiste was quietly loitering along, sheltered by the hedge. In the intense quiet of the country, at the especial hour of which we write, the slightest noise is heard in great distance. A branch cracking attracted Marie's attention. She looked around and saw Jean-Baptiste watching her through a gap in the hedge. She waved her hand and smiled with a glance of girlish mockery, and the young fisherman withdrew hastily. At that moment a voice rang through the valley. "Mademoiselle! Ah, mademoiselle!" Bonne-Marie turned a little, a very little, and beheld the coast-guard striding through the tall grass of the meadow near the mill. In order to avoid the inquisitive eyes and the long tongues of the villagers, Chamelot had taken the shortest, or rather the most direct line. But the specious aphorism which pronounces the most direct line to be also the shortest had brought the coast-guard to considerable grief already. Whoever has attempted to walk through a meadow near a mill can form any idea of what his troubles had been. The lovely green grass pleases the eye. One starts to cross it, and presently he finds that the green and velvety surface conceals at least a foot of water. "Mademoiselle! Ah, mademoiselle!" Bonne-Marie walked a trifle more slowly, but she did not turn around. She swung her empty basket lightly by her side and enjoyed the peaceful scene about her. Chamelot fancied this conduct was the result of her girlish modesty and careful training. He struggled on to join her, but the water was growing deeper and deeper. He took the most enormous strides, and all at once there was a heavy thud. Mademoiselle Beslin knew instantly what had happened. Out of the corners of her eyes she saw her admirer struggling to his feet again, but she knew that his troubles were not over. Each step would bring him nearer and nearer the brook, which was completely hidden by overhanging grass and mint. Bonne-Marie slackened her pace. The coast-guard made a superhuman effort, but his feet slipped from under him, and he fell on all fours into the perfidious brook, accompanied by a sound of splashing water, which was very delicious, and quite in harmony with the cool freshness of the scene. "Mademoiselle! Ah, mademoiselle, wait for me!" This plaintive entreaty at last touched the young girl's hard heart. She turned and looked at the pitiable figure before her with a calm, inquiring expression. He, with undaunted courage, had risen from his ignominious position, and leaping the brook, had last reached her side. Bonne-Marie was sorely tempted to advise Chamelot to shake himself like a dog. "Can this be you, Monsieur Chamelot?" said the girl in a voice of light disdain. "Where on earth have you been?" Jean-Baptiste, as Bonne-Marie well knew, was at this very moment enjoying the scene. "I came to find you. I thought you would—" Here the coast-guard, exhausted by his struggles, now stopped to breathe, and mopped his forehead with his handkerchief. "You wish to go with me to Beaumont, perhaps?" answered the coquette pitilessly. "But it is not possible. "Your dress, Monsieur Chamelot, your dress! Why on earth did you undertake to go through the meadows instead of going by the road like a Christian? How funny you look!" She could no longer restrain herself, but burst into rippling laughter, every sound of which gladdened the heart of Jean Baptiste, who in his turn shouted until the whole valley rang. Caught between these two fires, the coastguard turned first to one side, then to the other. He was covered from head to foot with water and earth, and the two young people had started off again in another paroxysm of mad hilarity. "Good, very good," muttered Chamelot, pale with rage. "You shall pay me for this." He turned away and took the same meadow path by which he had come, caring very little now, of course, whether he went knee-deep into water or not. After looking after him for a minute, Bonne-Marie shook her head, laughed a little more, and with a friendly nod to Jean Baptiste, started off at a rapid pace towards Beaumont, and soon disappeared around the hill. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 5 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 5. The Night After. The evening of the same day, Bonne-Marie came home from her long excursion, fatigued and taciturn. Her morning gaiety had all passed away, and, as often happens with young girls after having laughed until the tears came, the tears now came without laughing. It was indeed hard for a spirit as ambitious as her own to conquer her pride and go to market like any simple peasant lass. After her recent dreams of luxury and wealth, it seemed to her especially painful to return to her home on foot, bowed under the burden of a basket filled with provisions, accompanied by a group of the young girls of Amanville, who were totally uneducated, almost uncivilized, in whose conversations she could feel no interest, and by whom it was perfectly easy for her to see she was neither loved nor liked. It was then with a very full heart that Bonne-Marie ascended to her chamber, after having said good night to her father, who kissed her with more than his wonted tenderness. The old smuggler had done his best to make his child happy, and if he had not succeeded, what was there left for him to do? "Dear little girl," said the old man to himself as he listened to his child's footsteps on the uncarpeted stairs, "you shall be happy in this world if I can manage it." He waited another hour, and listened to satisfy himself fully that his daughter was asleep. Then he took from a corner a stout oaken staff, without which he never went from the house. Then, going to his wardrobe, he took out something that he hid in his pocket, extinguished his lamp, and went out softly. "Now," he said with his customary knowing laugh, "everybody's asleep and the moon alone." He interrupted himself, for all the world was not asleep. Lights glittered here and there in the windows of some of the houses, and a little further on was the coastguard station, through the shutters of which came a ray from a shaded lamp. Beslin bowed mockingly toward this lamp. "Perhaps you will find out some fine day, my boys," he said aloud, "that Father Beslin is not so old but that he can do some mischief yet." He went to the left and along the shore, sheltered by low stone walls which protected the low-lying meadows from the encroaching tide. Walls which, however, they were by no means high enough to prevent the same meadows from being flooded when the sea ran very high under a stiff northerly breeze. His step resounded for a moment on the flat stones on which he trod, and then he stood still and listened. The regular ripple of the incoming tide, the dash of the waves against the rocks, which were covered and left bare twice each day by the water, that was all he heard. No other sound save this monotonous beat of the pulse of the great ocean, and the charge of the indefatigable waters against the rocks which stood firm against their assaults. Beslin walked on, but the noise of his boots on the shingle was so loud that he went down to the sand and entered the water ankle deep, following the shore through the white foam. The night was very dark. A soft northeasterly breeze, so light on land that it scarcely lifted the leaves of the trees, drove the sea against the belt of reefs which protected the Hog better than the cannons of any forts could have done. Again and again did Beslin stop and listen. Still no sound but the ripple and the dash. The old smuggler resumed his nocturnal walk. He reached a slight eminence, an island almost connected with the land by a narrow tongue of earth, nearly eaten away by the water, and often entirely submerged. On this spot were the ruins of an old coastguard station, long since abandoned. The gulls and cormorants were now its only visitors, and these birds took refuge there on many a stormy night when the waves washed over the rocks which were their habitual homes. "It was not a bad idea," muttered the hardy adventurer, "to hide our goods in the very spot that belonged to the government. They never would get the idea through their stupid brains. He shrugged his shoulders as he thought of Chamelot. He then went around the abandoned station and knocked several sharp blows in quick succession on the stones. A head peered cautiously out, and then another. "It is I," he said, quite aloud, without the precaution of lowering his voice. "Come, my boys, the night is very dark, and you can keep close to the rocks, walking through the water. Remember what the sailors say, the salt water never wets anyone." Setting the example himself, he lifted a bundle on his shoulders, and entered the water until it came as high as his waist, and then stole along behind the rocks with the greatest caution. 2 men, more heavily burdened than he, followed him closely. It was necessary to make a circuit of at least half a league, all the time beaten against by the rising tide. Every few minutes a hole presented itself which it was necessary to step over. Old Beslin had gone over this route over and over again, and without the smallest fear of being heard, as he trusted to his voice being covered by the roar of the sea. He gave his companions directions so precise that they were really astonished. "Have you eyes in your ankles, then, Father Beslin?" asked one of his companions, a newcomer in that district. They were resting at the moment behind a large rock, which prevented them from seeing the shore. "Yes, my boy," answered the old smuggler, as he eased the burden on his shoulders and started again. "I have eyes in my ankles, and at the ends of my fingers also. You see, a man must know pretty well what he is about before he undertakes to lead others." They had now reached a spot where the high rocks ended, and low ones, covered with wet seaweed, took their place. They would now be obliged to cross the beach on their hands and knees, keeping as flat to the ground as possible, and try to reach the fields beyond. "Now look out," said Beslin in a low voice. "This is the most dangerous place we have." Just as he spoke, and was about to leave the protecting shadow of the last high rock, an odd metallic sound was heard on the beach. "The ghost guard," said Beslin between his teeth. "I felt sure that beast of a Chamelot had followed me." "Who goes there?" cried a voice not 10 steps off. 3 smugglers stood huddled together. The tide was still coming in, and the foam touched their lips. "Who goes there?" repeated the coast guard. "Father Beslin," breathed, rather than whispered, one of the men. "I'm losing my foothold. The tide is too strong for me." The guards were talking together, and they moved a few steps away. "Are they going?" said one of the smugglers. "No," answered Beslin. "They are not going. They intend to climb over that rock. You go back, and I will keep them here. After you have gone 30 or 40 yards, cross the beach boldly, and strike into the fields. They will never think of looking for you there." "But you, Father Beslin?" asked the others with some anxiety. "I? Why, I shall say that I am taking a walk for my health. They may believe me, or they may not. That is their own affair. Go on, my children, and take care and keep the goods dry." As the tide was still coming in, there was not much time for hesitation. The 2 men reluctantly beat a retreat, keeping behind the rocks and obeying the directions given them by their guide. The coast guard were at a loss of what to do. They had returned to the beach, and the quick, sharp sound of their guns rang against the pebbles. Beslin held his breath and his ground. Unfortunately, a wave rising a little higher than the others swept off his hat, which stood out clearly on the white foam that broke on the beach. "There is certainly someone there," muttered one of the guard. "No," answered Chamelot. "I do not think so, but we can easily ascertain." Another foaming wave struck against the rock behind Beslin, and threw his figure out in strong relief against its whiteness. "If there is no one," replied the man, "then it is a sea-bird, for something moved. Look there." Beslin drew back a little. "Fire!" cried Chamelot, not, however, without some repugnance. A flash of light, a quick report. Beslin was thrown, by the next wave, almost at the feet of the man who had often sat at his table. The coast guards turned their dark lanterns upon the body and recognized Beslin. A ball had gone through his forehead. A sigh and a shiver, and all was over. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 6 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 6. Before Dawn. The clock struck 1 just as the dreary procession reached Beslin's door. The shot had aroused all the village. The fishermen had hurried down to the shore, and some among them had gone on to Beslin's house to awaken Bonne-Marie, but when they reached the door, the heart of the boldest failed him. "I will call her myself," said Jean-Baptiste, trembling with grief and suspense. "In the hour of trouble one turns to old friends." He ran up the stairs and tapped at the young girl's door, but the lover was lost in the tenderest pity. He felt all the compassion of a brother for a heartbroken sister. "Your father has had an accident," he said as he opened her door, all in white. "Come down quickly." She hurried on a skirt and caught a shawl, without speaking one word. Jean-Baptiste led her to the side of her father, where he lay with a sheet thrown over his face. Every head was uncovered, and the only light came from the lanterns. "Is he dead?" she gasped. No one answered. She knelt at the side of the body, but her light form swayed like a reed in the wind, and she fell back into the arms of Jean-Baptiste, who laid her on her father's bed. The good women of the neighborhood gathered around her, and she was soon restored to consciousness. "Who killed him?" she asked some hours later, when the gray light of dawn paled the candles burning at the head of the bier. "It was Chamelot," said one of the women. "Your father was smuggling." "Yes," said Bonne-Marie faintly, closing her eyes as she spoke. "He said he would be avenged." Meanwhile Chamelot was by no means as guilty as Bonne-Marie supposed. He had watched Beslin, and followed him with the hope and expectation of taking him in the very act, but he had not dreamed that a murder would take place. Unfortunately, however, he was pushed to extremity by the imperious law of his position, and had obeyed it not without the greatest reluctance and horror. The villagers and all the peasantry avoided him after this event, and would go out of their way to avoid him when they met him by chance. Chamelot found this so very disagreeable that he asked and obtained a change, and this he did with so little delay that when Bonne-Marie, according to the severe provincial etiquette in regard to mourning, went to church for the first time a fortnight after her father's death, it was with the comforting assurance that she ran no risk of meeting the man whose very name turned her sick and faint. End of chapter 6. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 7 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 7. Departure. 6 weeks had elapsed since Beslin's death. Spring was changing into summer, and soon the fires of St. Jean would be lighted in all the villages, under the wreaths of flowers suspended across the streets. Bonne-Marie had silently set her house in order for a long absence, and one day Almonville was surprised to learn that Mademoiselle Beslin was about to depart. "Where is she going?" the gossips said one to another. This question was not an easy one to answer, for since the great misfortune which had crushed her to the earth, Bonne-Marie had not exchanged 10 words with a living soul except the Curé, who had visited her several times. Jean-Baptiste walked to and fro past this house, looking at the windows over which hung those impenetrable white curtains. Never once had he ventured to knock at the door, so intense was the respect he felt for the orphan's sorrow, and perhaps also for the solitude of this defenceless and solitary young creature. One Wednesday evening, however, the door was opened to let in the light of the setting sun, and the young fisherman ventured to approach it. Bonne-Marie was unquestionably expecting him, for she showed no surprise when she saw him. She was standing in the center of the lower room, packing a small trunk that stood on the oak table. "Good evening, Bonne-Marie," said Jean-Baptiste, not crossing the threshold, but standing just outside the door. "Is it true that you are going away?" "Good evening," answered the girl in her sweet, musical voice. Then, after a moment's silence, she said slowly, "Yes, I am going away." "And where, if I may ask?" She hesitated. "To Cherbourg," she answered, turning her face away, but a rosy flush that spread over her cheek and throat told that it was not easy for her to tell a falsehood. The young man entered the house and stood on the other side of the table, looking at her. "You are not going to Cherbourg," he said sadly, "or at all events you are not going there only. You intend to go to Paris." Bonne-Marie assented with a silent nod, and went on folding her linen and stuffing it in the trunk. "Why are you going to Paris?" continued the fisherman in a gentle voice. "You might be very happy here. I would work for you, and you would be a little queen. You need not trouble yourself about anything but your embroidery and your flowers." "I cannot stay here," interrupted the young girl. "You know I do not like the country, and now, After this last horror, it is simply killing me. Each of those rocks, the roar of that sea, tells me the frightful tale over and over again, and I really cannot bear it." She was silent, and her fluttering hands were still for a moment, while 2 large tears splashed upon the black shawl she was folding. "So be it," sighed Jean-Baptiste. "But you will come back?" Bonne-Marie looked vaguely out over the open door, through which came the gay sunshine. Thousands of luminous particles floated in the air, and were swallowed up in the heavy folds of her black dress. The sun told a tale of hope and of life, and a sigh swelled her youthful and ambitious breast. "Perhaps," she answered slowly, and with a faint smile upon her parted lips. Jean-Baptiste stood for a few moments in bitter silence. He was angry, and he was wounded. He knew that he had no real right to be either. He hesitated, and then going nearer to the girl, he looked her full in the face. "Listen," he said, "you will come back, not in a carriage, proud and happy, and with the gorgeous raiment of which you dream. No, you will return poor, sad, worn and weary, and possibly ill besides. You will find me here, waiting and watching for you, Bonne-Marie. You will, perhaps, be less proud and less confident than you are today, and I, Bonne-Marie, will be then just what I am now." She looked at him with an air of defiance. His words had wounded her keenly. He saw this. "Yes," he resumed, in the same cold tone, but with a gentle expression in his face. "You are vexed with me, and yet I have said only what I believe. You will return here because you will not know where else to go, when Paris becomes to you as irksome as Omonville is today, because—" He stopped, bit his lips, and determined to say no more. But in a moment he spoke again, with that resigned sweetness which lay at the foundation of his character. "I know not what other changes there may be, Bonne-Marie, but I shall never change." Intense silence reigned in that low room, while the two stood apparently expecting some mute sign from the finger of destiny. "When are you going?" the young man asked at last. "Tomorrow morning," replied Bonne-Marie, shutting the lid of her trunk. All her firmness returned to her with this simple act, the prelude of her new life, and she turned toward Jean-Baptiste. "Be happy," she said to him. "Farewell." "Farewell," he repeated. "Will you allow me to kiss you?" They were alone, and yet Jean-Baptiste was so serious and his face was so sad that the girl never dreamed of refusing. Their cheeks touched 3 times, according to the custom of the province where, correctly speaking, they do not kiss, and the young man went out without once looking behind him. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 8 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 8. Arrival in Paris. The next day the sun had been up about an hour. The resplendent sky was flecked here and there by the fleecy cloud when the heavy Omonville stage, drawn by 2 sleepy horses, began the rough ascent of the road to Cherbourg. According to the old established usage, all the passengers walked up this hill. Bonne-Marie alone sat still by the side of the conductor, a surly old animal. As they drove past the spot where she had last spoken to Chamelot, the girl could not repress a shiver of horror. Involuntarily her eyes glanced over at the hedge through which, on the same day, she had caught a glimpse of Jean-Baptiste's laughing face. He was there, but pale and so changed by grief that he looked as if he had risen from a bed of illness. She waved her hand to him, and absolutely without her own volition, her last glance was one of tenderness and pity. The conductor touched his horses at this moment, and the stage moved rapidly on with a great rattling of wheels, and Jean-Baptiste, after watching it disappear at the turning of the road, went sadly back to his home. He wandered restlessly about his house without being able to find any spot that pleased him, and at last went to his fishing boat and untied it from the stake to which it was moored. "Why, it is low tide!" cried a crowd of mischievous, inquisitive urchins. Are you going crabbing in your boat?" Without paying any attention to this childish impertinence, Jean-Baptiste rowed rapidly toward the open sea, and then put up his sail. Thanks to the wind, which was favourable, he had gone far enough to the east at the end of an hour to catch a glimpse of the cumbrous yellow vehicle, creeping like a tortoise toward Landermere. But this consolation was his last. The stage disappeared among the trees, and the fisherman had nothing left to do but to amuse himself by casting his nets until the wind and the tide favoured his return to Amanville. The Curé had given Bonne-Marie several letters of recommendation addressed to ladies in Cherbourg, and the young girl herself meant to apply to her old teachers at the boarding school where she had been educated. With all this influence exerted in her behalf, she thought there would be no difficulty in procuring some situation in Paris. As a servant? By no means. But as an under-teacher somewhere? As a governess in a family, perhaps? And after that? Well, the future was in the hands of her heavenly Father. After 2 days passed in going from house to house, receiving excellent but generally most unpracticable advice, Bonne-Marie went to the railway station, and with all the hesitation and timidity of an inexperienced traveller, purchased her ticket, and the next morning, after a sleepless night, arrived in Paris. After the bewilderment of the first hour, after the hasty breakfast swallowed in a cremerie, the usual resort of coachmen and draymen, where her beauty won for her several compliments, which seemed to Bonne-Marie like so many stings of a lash across her face, the young girl found herself in La Rue des Havres, where the morning sun gilded the fronts of the high stone houses and shone on the balconies filled with flowers and vines. The rumble of wheels had in some degree died away, now that the hour was past for the arrival of the trains from the country. A gentle animation had succeeded to the crowd and a bustle of the earlier morning. Bonne-Marie asked her way and went toward the Madeleine, timid and fearful, and yet with a hopeful heart. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 9 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Neal Sherwood. Chapter 9. Mademoiselle Beslin. The school with the address of which Mademoiselle Beslin had been furnished was near the Champs-Élysées, and assisted by several persons who answered her inquiries with courtesy, the young stranger found herself at last before a dark green door, on which was inscribed in large letters, Institution Bocard. The bell which Bonne-Marie had lightly touched rang through the house. A dog barked outrageously, and just as the young girl, after waiting long and anxiously, had decided that she would rather go away than again awaken all this clamour by another appeal to the innocent-looking knob that seemed to be the offending cause, the door opened, and the pointed nose of a precise and neatly dressed concierge nearly hit Bonne-Marie in the eyes. "What do you want?" asked the woman, who, as she examined from head to foot the country girl whose simple dress and provincial mourning indicated no great amount of the goods of this world. "I should like to speak to Mademoiselle Bocard." "Mademoiselle cannot be seen at this hour. She is taking her chocolate," said Pointed Nose in a tone that was the reverse of polite. "I have a letter," replied Bonne-Marie so haughtily that the concierge repented of her rudeness. "Mademoiselle will receive you at 12," she answered more civilly. "If you choose to give me a letter, I will—" "No, thanks," answered the girl, remembering that she had been especially advised to see the persons to whom the letters were addressed. This prudence raised her to an enormous height in the estimation of the concierge, and induced her to say, "If you will come back at 11, I shall tell mademoiselle." "Thank you," said Bonne-Marie with a gracious bow, and turned away, leaving on the mind of the astonished concierge the impression that she was a foreigner, and a countess who wished to penetrate the interior of the school in disguise, for some reasons of her own. 3 hours is a long space of time to get rid of, when one has nothing to do and feels utterly alone and dreary. Tired from her sleepless night, fevered by her journey and her anxiety, Bonne-Marie went towards a green mass of waving boughs and leaves that she saw at the end of a street, and soon found herself in the Champs-Élysées. She seated herself on a bench in the shade of friendly trees, and looked with all her eyes. Yes, this was the scene and the life of which she had dreamed. It was amid these fragrant flowers and these sparkling waters, for the hydrants were running freely, washing the dust from the turf and shrubs. It was surrounded by these fantastic cafés and restaurants,
that the girl felt her real life would now begin. She should soon see the carriages and foaming horses, with difficulty reined in by liveried coachmen, whose existence had hitherto been only in her imagination. Bonne-Marie's heart swelled with joy and pride. She was in Paris at last. Several old beaux passed her on horseback, but they took no notice of the pretty creature half hidden among the azaleas. An occasional young man, irreproachably dressed, with that indescribable air of good society, would also appear in the distance. Bonne-Marie watched them all with intense interest and curiosity. "Those are the people," she said to herself, "with whom I ought to live." But the girl felt no impatience. She was so near the realization of her dreams now, that she could afford to wait. She held her chimera by the wings, and she could feel it flutter under her fingers. A clock struck 11. Whence came the sound she knew not, but it rang out clearly, detaching its strokes, as it were, from the confused sounds and distant roar of carriages. Bonne-Marie started, but it was with considerable difficulty that she rose, for all her limbs were stiff with fatigue, and returned to the pension. She was received this time by Mademoiselle Beslin, who was as smiling and urbane as her concierge had been the contrary. She was as round as pointed nose had been sharp. Figure and face, movements and smiles were all as soft and luxurious as an Eastern rug. Bonne-Marie was dazzled by this amiability, and thought herself on the threshold of paradise. "You desire to find a situation, do you, my child?" said the lady kindly. "It was Monsieur Martin who sent you to me, that most estimable of curés." "Yes, mademoiselle, it was Monsieur Martin, my curé, who has known me from childhood," answered the young girl, lifting her eyes to those of the lady. "Ah, I have heard of you before. If I am not mistaken, you have not recently lost your father?" Bonne-Marie colored and assented silently. It cost her a heavy pang to feel this recent wound touched by this strange hand. "By an accident, I believe." The caressing eyes of Mademoiselle Beslin met the troubled ones of Bonne-Marie, and would unquestionably have succeeded in extorting from the girl the secrets of her innermost heart, if that heart had happened to contain any. Tears prevented Mademoiselle Beslin from replying. The lady looked at her more sweetly than before. "You have your diploma, I presume?" "Ah, yes, to be sure. You wish to be an under-teacher, but do you know anything of the duties of this position?" "I think and hope I do," answered the girl, "for I was 8 years at boarding school." "What a frightful Cherbourg accent," thought Mademoiselle Beslin. "Nothing can be done with her." Yet she continued to smile on the stranger, thinking that if she would consent to come without any salary, that she could dismiss the young girl just engaged to take care of the smaller pupils, and who was without a fault except that of costing 25 francs per month. "You have some means, I presume," insinuated Mademoiselle Beslin, "and it is for the sake of a home and to perfect yourself in your studies that you desire a situation?" Bonne-Marie understood the drift of this question instantly. Her clear Norman sense stood her in good stead in this emergency. She answered, therefore, while she mechanically put her hand to her breast to satisfy herself that the little pocket-book containing the 2 notes of 1,000 francs each, which were sewed up in her father's mattress, was safe. "I desire to perfect myself, mademoiselle, in all things, but I have no fortune, and I must rely on the work of my brains or my hands for the means of support." My readers have many of them seen the toy door close on the cuckoo who comes out to say the hour, in those tiny little clocks manufactured in the Black Forest. Accustomed as they may be the sudden and invariable disappearance of the bird, they are none the less astonished each time it takes place. Just in the same way did Mademoiselle Beslin smile and depart, leaving no trace behind her. "Unfortunately," she said, "our number of teachers is complete." If Bonne-Marie had clasped her hands in supplication, and raised her lovely eyes swimming in tears, if she had implored her to save her from poverty, it is possible that the directress would have taken her out of pure compassion, in the place of the other who cost 25 francs, on the condition, be it understood, that the newcomer received no salary. But nothing of this kind occurred. Mademoiselle Beslin, in a salutation so dignified and graceful that it impressed the teacher, rose, and turned toward the door. "How well she carries herself," thought Mademoiselle Beslin, "but her accent is positively deplorable." "Call again," she said aloud, "about the time of the vacation, and it is quite probable that there will be some changes in the staff at that time." "Many thanks, mademoiselle," Bonne-Marie answered, with that haughty grace which had been bestowed upon her from some fairy godmother in her cradle, and she went away. Mechanically she turned her steps toward the Champs-Élysées again. The entire air and look of the place had undergone a marked change. There were no more carriages to be seen. The equestrians had disappeared. The few equipages had no coats of arms on their panels. They were from the livery stable, and contained people from the country, or strangers who were wandering about from morning until dawn, ever admiring the beauties of the capital. All at once Bonne-Marie realized that her appearance was the same as that of these country people. It was the sight of a woman in deep mourning that had done this work of enlightenment, and opened her eyes to this uncomfortable fact. This woman was walking very fast, but with a smooth, gliding step. Her dress was rigidly plain, and her black cashmere shawl was precisely like that worn by Bonne-Marie. Her small hat of black crape, with its long veil, had cost no more than the beribboned one worn by this young girl. And yet what a world of difference in the hangings of those skirts, in the folds of that shawl, and in the way in which the hat was worn. "I am absurd," said Bonne-Marie to herself, "but it will not last long." At Cherbourg she had obtained the address of a small hotel, kept by honest people. She now went there, for, however indomitable her spirits might be, her bodily strength was leaving her. Her quiet manner secured her instant admission, and the mistress of the house at once took greatly into her favor this young girl who set herself at work so courageously to win her bread. Bonne-Marie was therefore happy in the thought that she had a shelter, and was safe from the many perils which assail women on the slippery pavements of Paris. That same day, towards evening, the girl started out once more, and went to various other persons to whom she had letters. Everywhere she was received in the same way, and with the same result. At one place, however, she was offered a class of 20 pupils, at 20 francs per month. Breakfast would be given her in addition, but her dinner and her lodging she must provide for herself. She went out with a dull rage in her heart at such rapacity, and asked herself how women could live who accepted such conditions. End of chapter 9. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 10 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 10. Clothilde. 2 weeks had elapsed. Bonne-Marie had no more letters to deliver. She had been everywhere, and furthermore had answered a number of advertisements for governesses and the like, but all without avail. She had begun to think, seriously, of going into service, when the idea struck her that she could use her talents for embroidery. It was then that the girl realized for the first time the small value set on such labor. She was offered 20 francs for embroidery that would have been worth 500, and was required to leave a deposit the worth of the materials. After the 4th attempt in this direction, Bonne-Marie saw she could never hope to earn her bread thus, and admitted with death in her soul that Paris was no place for her. "What shall I do now?" she asked herself, as she wandered sadly along one of the bridges. "Where am I to find an asylum and a crust?" Each day she went to the Champs-Élysées, and there her strength returned to her as did that of Antaeus in touching the earth. The mere sight of this mirage was to her a glimpse of the promised land. Her mourning and her quiet reserve spared her many of the disagreeable occurrences which, had her air been different, would most assuredly have beset her at this period of her life. She took her seat, therefore, daily, between the hours of 3 and 5, on a bench near some of those gorgeous nurses, and those dimpled babies with their sweeping skirts, and she watched the incessant flow of equipages and foot passengers who, at this hour, take their way to the boys. One day, finding that the bench she usually occupied was filled with country people, she wandered on a little further, and found herself opposite one of those concert cafés which attract, night after night, that very large class of people who do not enjoy the solitude of their own apartments. This class is far more numerous than it is usually supposed, for among the people who tread the Parisian pavements, from 5 o'clock to midnight, there are fully half who do this to avoid the solitude of a home where nothing pleases them. Bonne-Marie passed on a little farther, and seated herself on a bench by the side of a path that led from the avenue to the Café Chantant, which, although newly opened, was already very fashionable. With her hands loosely clasped on her knees, she sank into a sad reverie. Her small treasure had been seriously encroached upon already. Autumn would soon be there, and then what would she do in those dark, dreary days? Must she make up her mind to return to Almonville and bear the ridicule which she knew would be her portion? The young girl's pride was as deeply wounded at this thought as if a stranger had insulted her. Never, she said to herself, never. There was a rehearsal going on at that café chantant apparently, for several women had passed Mademoiselle Beslin with rolls of music in their hands. Their toilette was in no means remarkable. Their air was that of the ordinary Parisian, who is always carefully dressed. Bonne-Marie was far from suspecting that these women, so like all others in her eyes, would appear that evening to more than one provincial as beings from a different sphere. 2 or 3 young men who seemed to be waiting for someone were lounging about also, each with his roll of music under his arm. "La diva! Here comes La diva!" said one of them, indicating by a look a coupé, which was drawing up at the side of the pavement. The young men hastened towards it with an air of laughing, and possibly exaggerated respect, bowed to the lady, who emerged from the carriage, which drove away hastily, and the diva, bowing to all her friends with one comprehensive greeting, slightly raised her long skirts of silk and lace with one hand, and moved towards the café. Bonne-Marie contemplated this scene in a listless sort of way. She was heartsick as well as physically weary. She thought these men very silly, and the woman extremely insolent. "What a pretty blonde," said one of the young men in a low voice, attracting the attention of the diva to Mademoiselle Beslin. The lady turned her superb black eyes on Bonne-Marie, and stood still in utter amazement. Bonne-Marie turned a haughty, supercilious face upon her. "I beg your pardon, mademoiselle," said the singer with some hesitation, "but you are so astonishingly like one of my old school friends." She turned away, but Bonne-Marie started up. "Clothilde!" she exclaimed. "Clothilde, have you made your fortune?" This artless question brought a smile to the lips of more than one hearer, but Clothilde did not care. She laughed heartily. "Not exactly," she answered gaily. "But where on earth do you come from, Bonne-Marie? Why are you here?" "Not because I have made my fortune, of that I am quite sure," answered Mademoiselle, with a forced smile. "And you would repair this negligence of fate, I fancy," interrupted her old friend. "I should not think it so difficult a matter, for you are wonderfully pretty. But you are in black." "Mademoiselle Clothilde, they are waiting for you to begin the rehearsal." A well-shaven individual now came to say. That he belonged to the concert troupe and not the café was easy to see, when his emaciated figure was contrasted with those of the well-fed waiters. Mademoiselle Clothilde shrugged her shoulders. "That is always the way," she murmured. "Where are you living, Bonne-Marie?" The girl told her. "Heavens and earth! Why are you in such a place?" said the singer with uplifted brows. "I cannot go into such a part of the town." "Come and see me." "When?" asked Bonne-Marie with quickly beating heart. "Tomorrow morning at 11." And La Diva handed a card to her friend and disappeared behind the vine-wreathed door. When she was alone, Bonne-Marie looked at the card, on which these words were inscribed: "Mademoiselle Clothilde, dramatic artist." "Dramatic artist?" repeated the young girl. "Then it is on the stage that fortunes are made, and why not?" She returned to her small lodgings, and all about her seemed changed. The old mahogany wardrobe, the large figured curtains, the coarse cotton sheets which were especially horrible to her, who had always been accustomed to the lavender-scented linen which alone is used in the provinces now, filled her with disgust. The dinner she could not eat. The smell of cooking made her head ache, and the noise from the restaurant was insufferable, for it penetrated even to the remote room she occupied. All these poor details now seemed absolutely squalid in her eyes. How different it all was from the silk dress of Clothilde, and the perfume which exhaled from her laces and ribbons. Bonne-Marie passed a wretched night, was up and dressed at daybreak, and busy in giving to her simple black dress as good an appearance as possible. Long before the hour appointed, she was on her way to the quarter inhabited by her brilliant friend, and had ample leisure to admire many a sumptuous dwelling. The windows shrouded in lace, the furniture seen dimly through these curtains, the mirrors, which gleamed from under those Italian awnings, extended to shut out the August sun, all attracted her, and strengthened her, and revived her ambitious dreams. At last the clock struck 11, and she pulled the bell of a door painted light grey. The house was coquettish and dainty. A woman servant appeared, and Bonne-Marie was shown into a salon that realized all her dreams. It was only cretonne, but it was all so fresh and pretty. The woodwork was painted in light grey, with slender lines of gold, and the portières and curtains were a rich red. Boule furniture harmonized with the subdued tones of the coverings. Flowers and masses of green were seen everywhere that a vase or a flower pot could be placed, while two mirrors, one opposite the other, reflected crystal chandelier. Bonne-Marie had never seen such splendor, and stood transfixed. "It is pretty, isn't it?" said Clothilde behind her. The young provincial turned around quickly. "It is superb," she said, "but it must have been frightfully expensive." Clothilde smiled, shrugged her shoulders, and drew her friend toward a low sofa. "Tell me your whole story, dear," she said, "for you must have had at least one romance in your life. Everyone has as much as that, and besides, but for something of the kind you would not be here." "I have no romance whatever," sighed Bonne-Marie. She related to Clothilde all the disastrous events which had made her sole mistress of her fortunes. She unveiled to her friend's eyes all the mysteries of her ambitious young heart. She was not ashamed in Clothilde's presence, for had not her friend reached the end at which she herself now aimed? And therefore was it not clear that Clothilde must know something of the same suspense and aspirations that were now eating her own heart away? "No romance? Not the smallest one in the world?" insisted the singer. Bonne-Marie shook her head, but at the same time blushed as she thought of Jean Baptiste, for her conscience reproached her, and yet she did not care to give up the fisherman's name as subject for jesting to her brilliant friend. "Well, well," cried Clothilde gaily, "you are certainly a most extraordinary young woman. The idea of you coming to Paris to make your fortune, and to hope to do it by honest labor with your two hands." "But you?" asked Bonne-Marie. "Was it not your talent which gave you all these pretty things?" Clothilde smiled, but did not reply immediately. "You must make a great deal of money," said the girl. "Of course I do," answered Clothilde, jumping up. "Now come to breakfast." The dining room indicated the same comfort, elegant without pretension, which is the true luxury of those persons who do not care to throw handfuls of money out the window. Nothing was less like a feudal chateau than this pretty box, but all that modern taste had introduced was found within reach. The two pretty women seated themselves opposite each other, and chatted gaily while they tasted the dainties which had hitherto been a sealed book to Bonne-Marie, and now made her open her eyes in wonder. The window looked out on the leafy garden of a great hotel. The sun, softened by the green blinds, flashed an occasional golden ray on the crystal carafes and on the well-kept silver. End of chapter 10. Recording by Susannah Mason.
Chapter 11 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 11. A New Idea. It is needless to say that Mademoiselle Beslin intensely enjoyed this glimpse of a luxurious, indolent life, so entirely unlike her own. Clothilde told her own story. In very general terms, let us state here, and her school friend listened in breathless amazement. The debut of the diva, her first triumph, all that heady wine of celebrity intoxicated her. "But," said Bonne-Marie after a time, "what was it that put into your head to go on to the stage?" Clothilde smiled, and played with the fruit on her plate. "I was urged to do it," she said at last, with a little movement of the pretty shoulders to which was due a great part of her success. "Who urged you?" continued her curious friend. "A man of wit and celebrity." "Where did you make his acquaintance?" "At church." "At church?" repeated Bonne-Marie. "Why, it is a real romance." "No, indeed, no romance whatever," replied Clothilde carelessly. "You know I came to Paris to give lessons in singing and on the piano, at a boarding school." "And then?" "Well, I had a good voice, and I have it still. I was wretchedly paid for the lessons I gave 8 hours in the day." "How much were you paid?" asked Bonne-Marie, always eager for information. 40 francs per month. I was compelled to sleep in the dormitory with the younger children, and to take care of them at night. I was fed, and my washing was done. And what food and what washing! And those children! Shall I ever forget them? Clothilde sank in her chair and laughed. Bonne-Marie laughed too, but the undercurrent of anxiety at her heart caused her to return to her practical questions. "Well, then you gave lessons?" "Yes, and they made me sing in the parish church during the month of May. Ah, my dear, I made a perfect revolution there. Never had the good women who went there in the evening heard anything like it. They brought their husbands, and finally it came to pass that a newspaper man came in. He wrote an article, and one fine evening the church was so full of amateurs that it was no longer a church, it was a concert." "And your boarding school mistress?" "She said it was a disgrace," that was one of her favorite phrases, "and announced to me that I was no longer to attend the services in honor of the Holy Virgin." "And why, pray?" "Why? Well, it would be really difficult to say. She had 3 reasons. The first being that she feared lest I should discover that 40 francs per month and a bed in the dormitory with the children was hardly payment for the services I rendered her. The second was that she was jealous of me." "Jealous? And of what?" "Of everything," answered Clothilde, throwing her head back haughtily. "Of my beauty, my intelligence, and my success. The third reason, the third." And Diva hummed the air sung by Paris in La Belle Hélène. "The third there was, I am certain, but I never found out what it was, I believe. At all events, I just as usual came downstairs with my hat on, the next night at 7:45 to go with my class to church. As soon as she saw me, she forbade my going." "And what did you do?" "I bowed politely and went out in front of her, and directly to the church, and took the place where I was in the habit of sitting. She had not dreamed of my doing this, and when she entered the chapel I was singing the Ave Maria Stella." "Ah, my dear," sighed Clothilde, "I don't think I ever sang so well before or since." "I can understand that," cried Bonne-Marie eagerly. "And then what happened?" "The journalist of whom I spoke was there, and when I went out he was waiting for me on the steps, and he made me such compliments as were quite enough to turn a girl's head. He handed me his card and told me to appeal to him whenever I needed his services. I thanked him, of course, and took the card. When I rang at the door of the pension, for I was, of course, a good deal after hours, the servant opened the door and handed me my clothes done up in a bundle, and my last wages wrapped up in paper. I was dismissed, or rather, not to put too fine a point upon it, I was kicked out of doors, and please to remember, without any certificate." Bonne-Marie, in utter consternation, looked at her friend, who laughed in great glee. "Yes, I laugh now. But I did not laugh then, I assure you. I slept that night in a garret inhabited by fleas, and the next morning I called on the journalist, a most charming man." "Old?" "Young, my dear, young and handsome and kind. He at once did his best to find a position for me. This did not seem to be a very easy matter, but in the meantime I sang in several churches, thanks to his recommendations, and then one morning I was breakfasting with him, and I met—" "What? You breakfasted with him?" "Oh, I sometimes did. Well then, this day, as I was telling you, I met the manager of a concert troupe, a café concert troupe, you understand. They asked me to sing, and I did so, and the manager was delighted, and finally, to cut a long story short, he engaged me, and I sing every night." "You will take me to hear you, will you not?" cried Bonne-Marie eagerly. "You can hear me now if you choose," answered the diva, running to her piano in the next room, where, after a little prelude, she sang an aria from an operetta, then much in vogue, with so much expression in her rich voice that Bonne-Marie was thrilled from head to foot. But the strange words, the mocking intonation which made the success of the part, bewildered our little country girl. "Do you mean that you sing such songs as those before people?" she asked in horror, as La Diva twirled round suddenly on the piano stool, and clapped her hands with an air of irresistible fun and mischief. "They like it," said Clothilde with an audacious wink. "Now come and see all my pomades and paints, and my brushes with which I ornament my face. It is ridiculous, to be sure, for I am far prettier, in my opinion, when I let myself alone, and appear just as the good Lord made me." Bonne-Marie, with a certain vague repugnance, followed her friend into the dressing-room, and contemplated the various articles whose use and meaning were carefully explained by her friend. The diva, now a thorough Parisian, took the greatest possible delight in watching the impressions she made on her friend. It seemed to revive in herself something of the innocence and ignorance that had been hers, before she was launched into the corruption of her present life. After a long talk wherein Clothilde had always answered and Bonne-Marie always questioned, a silence followed, and the two friends, each curled in her own corner of the couch, looked at each other with frank curiosity and interest. "And you? What do you mean to do?" asked Clothilde, finally, when she had terminated her mental inventory of the attractions of her companion. "I do not know," answered Bonne-Marie with a gesture of profound discouragement. "Can you sing? You sang once." "Yes, I know I did, but I rarely do now." "Sing something this moment," and Clothilde ran back to the piano. "But I do not know anything. Nothing but our old sentimental ballads and romances which we used to sing at boarding school." "Sing one of those. It would be very droll." Bonne-Marie began one of the preposterous melodies which belonged to the times of our grandmothers, and which are still found in the repertoire of some of the establishments for education of young ladies. By degrees her voice grew firm, and she succeeded in imparting to the insipid words an extraordinary amount of expression, and galvanized them as it were into life. "You have sung that infinitely better than I could have done," cried Clothilde. "Why do you laugh at me?" said Bonne-Marie reproachfully. "Why do I laugh at you, goose?" replied her friend. "I am not laughing. What I say is true. You have a way of pronouncing the words heaven, birds, and flowers that I could never achieve were I to practice it 100 years. You must have felt all this. You have done your share of dreaming, I fancy." The country girl colored. "And yet you say you love no one." "No one but you?" Clothilde smiled, and rolled one of her glossy curls over her finger, and then, as she tossed it lightly back over her shoulder, she said, "I am unlike you, then, for I do love someone. Who is he?" "He is rich, and a business man." "Young?" "Of course I detest old men. And then, too, one can be young but once." Bonne-Marie looked at her friend questioningly. It was clear that her mind was not quite at ease. "You see him, then, daily, do you?" "Of course I do. He dines here to-day." "And you will marry him?" Clothilde gave a strange, forced laugh. "No," she said, "I think not, but that does not prevent me from loving him. Quite the contrary, I think." She pronounced this aphorism with such superb aplomb that Bonne-Marie was entirely out of countenance, and did not know what to say. "You are too innocent by far," resumed Clothilde, "but it will not last. I have no concern on that score. But in the meantime try to find out the things you want to know without asking so many questions. I think you will find that method more satisfactory. And now, tell me, do you wish to sing in public, as I do?" Bonne-Marie clasped her hands in an ecstasy of delight, but did not speak. "With your Madonna-like face," continued Clothilde, "you would make a signal failure if you should attempt my style. But sentiment is your forte. Some people like that sort of thing. Shall I present you to my manager? He never refuses me anything." Bonne-Marie nearly smothered her friend with kisses. "Now then, be off with you," exclaimed Clothilde, laughing. "This is the hour that Joseph is due." "Joseph? Who's Joseph, your servant?" "No, indeed. Men in society affect that style of name nowadays, and servants are all Arthurs and Raouls. Joseph is — well, he's my best friend. I wish you to make his acquaintance, but not to-day. Come to me again to-morrow at the same hour." End of chapter 11. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 12 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville, translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 12. Signing the Contract. Bonne-Marie found herself in the street again, just as the heat of the day had began to decrease. The shadows of the trees lengthened on the Champs-Élysées, the spray of the fountains mingled with the dust of the macadamized pavements, and made a sort of mist around the large chestnut trees. The carriages had begun their evening activity, and all was bright and gay.
Bonne-Marie thought she would go and look at the outside of the Café Chantant. Yes, she said to herself, I will sing there if I can. She went home, past the flower market of the Madeleine, where even the flowers have an air of effrontery. The Parma violets were out of season, and were pale and listless, and as to the white roses it was easy to see that they would fade that night in the loge of some actress. But Bonne-Marie had no such intentions as these. She bought a bouquet for 4 sous, and took it to her wretched little room, where she dreamed until morning of applause, of flaring gas, and of bouquets surrounded by lace paper. Yes, ma belle, it is all settled, said Clothilde to her friend, the next day, toward the end of breakfast. Morisset will give you a hearing next week. Morisset? asked Bonne-Marie quickly. Yes, the old wretch, my manager. The country girl asked herself with a shiver how any one could venture to speak of such an autocrat with so little ceremony. A manager, of course, was to be respected not only for his age but for his position. Clothilde was not sufficiently parliamentary in her language. I have a word of warning to whisper in your ear, my dear, said Clothilde. Look out for the manager. Look out for him, and why? You must find out for yourself. Only remember my words, for they are words of wisdom. Shall we say Monday? Will you be ready? Any time you please, Clothilde. At this very moment, if you say so. Bless your dear little heart, cried the diva. If you were to go to see Morisset in that little black woolen gown and sing that romance for him, he would insist on you paying him 500 francs for permission to make your debut under his auspices. Your eyes might be like stars and as large as moons, it would make no difference. But then how shall I go to him? In the most distingué toilettes possible. Black fur, linen collar, not a scrap of lace, but ample drapery, and more ample aplomb. But that would cost much money, and simpleton, you need not pay now. I will take you to my dressmaker. All you need trouble yourself about is a dozen pair of gloves. Are your hands presentable? Bonne-Marie held them out to Clothilde with a shamefaced air. Red, very red, but the skin is fine and they are very well shaped. Wear gloves with 16 buttons for your debut, and don't let human eye rest on your hands until they are white. And how long will that be? asked the girl with timid anxiety. Clothilde went off in a fit of laughter. She is delicious. On my word, she is truly delicious. But don't you see, ma belle, that if your hands have nothing to do but grow white, it cannot take very long. You must select 2 or 3 romances more appropriate than the one you sang yesterday. We will try over half a dozen, and you will have 2 of them before Monday. With such able instructions on all points, Bonne-Marie found the day of her interview with the manager close at hand, and on the fateful Monday morning, with her hair dressed by a coiffeur, and wearing the lightest possible gloves, and embarrassed by the numerous flounces of her silk robe, the girl entered the presence of the redoubtable Morisset, encouraged by her brilliant friend. Here she is, Monsieur Morisset, here she is, this deep-sea pearl, this pearl of price. She has as much talent as she has beauty, I do assure you. That is precisely what we wish to discover, grumbled the potentate, hardly looking at Bonne-Marie, such was his eagerness to press a kiss upon the hand of La Diva, who gave him in return a friendly little slap on his cheek. Sing us something, he said imperiously to the trembling girl. What shall I sing? She asked. Anything you choose. It is of very little consequence what. Go on. These words were not especially encouraging. He seated himself comfortably in an armchair in front of the piano. Clothilde, drawing off her gloves, placed herself at the instrument, and Bonne-Marie, suddenly warming up, sang one of those sentimental ballads which please 50 out of every 100 persons who hear it, far more than any higher order of music could have done. Not so bad, said Morisset coldly. And this is all you can do? We warble, Monsieur Morisset, said Clothilde gravely. We do nothing but that, but we do that well. Ah, to be sure, I see. You adopt the simple style? Bonne-Marie could find nothing to say in reply. Some people like that sort of a thing, continued the manager. Now, try again. The young girl, encouraged by a malicious glance from Clothilde, sang another ballad, which since then has made the tour of the world. At that time, however, that Bonne-Marie sang it, it was fresh and new. That might do, said the manager. Yes, indeed, particularly now that Amy Soliel has gone, and you have no one to replace her as yet," added Clothilde with the most innocent air in the world. Morissette looked at her angrily. " How much will you give me," he said, turning to Bonne-Marie, " if I should engage you ?"" Nonsense !" interposed Clothilde, drawing up her beautiful figure to its full height. " Go, my dear, into the other room and wait for me. I do not need you now, this is my part of the business." Bonne Marie left the salon with tears in her eyes. " Upon my word, Clothilde," said Morissette sulkily, " I think you might treat me with a little more respect in the presence of my people." " Old wretch !" replied the unabashed Diva, with a shrug of those shoulders, famed throughout Paris. " She will never be one of your people unless you are more amiable than you are to day. What do you intend to give her ?"" To give her ? Why, you don't expect me to pay her, do you ? No, indeed, I don't care for her in that way." " Very well, then. Not one note will I sing to night." And Clothilde walked toward the door. Morissette looked at her. " You will not sing ?" he exclaimed in utter amazement. " We will see whether you do or not." " See as much as you please, I am ill." " I will send my physicians to examine you." " Don't trouble yourself. He will find me in bed with leeches on. I have a fever." " You will sing, fever or no fever." " I will put a mustard plaster on the end of my nose, and I will have it spread round the theatre you have struck me." " No one will believe it." " Indeed, you are mistaken. Everybody will believe any hateful thing I choose to say of you." The Diva gathered up her skirts. " Good morning, Monsieur Morissette," she said with a serene smile. " I will call to morrow at the same hour to ascertain if you have changed your mind." "Clothilde." "What is it?" " It is simply ridiculous to expect me to engage this girl." " Ridiculous ! It is you who are ridiculous," cried the haughty Clothilde, dropping her silk with a noise that sounded like the unreefing of sails. " Look at it yourself. You are lucky enough to have me bring to you a beautiful girl, well educated and well bred, with the delicate voice and accent "" That of Cherbourg — Cherbourg," interrupted Morissette. " In 8 days there will be not a trace of it left," continued Clothilde, quite undisturbed. " Her voice is the most touching and sympathetic I have ever heard in my life, enough to bring tears into the eyes of all the crocodiles in Paris. She is a girl who is made for love, and yet she is pure and good." " Pure and good," repeated Morissette, with a skeptical air. " Pure and good, you wretch ! So good she asked me if I did not receive an enormous salary to enable me to furnish my house so well." " And what did you say ?"" None of your business." " You must have given her a very erroneous idea of your engagement with me, Clothilde. This, permit me to say, was a very great mistake." " Do you dare to say that you do not give me 25,000 francs for singing 6 months ?"" But that is you, Clothilde. Do you suppose I could do the same for any one else ?"" Yes, in one moment, if you found any one who sang better than I," replied the Diva haughtily. " But you have not yet discovered one." " I have not discovered one," answered the Manager, " simply because I do not look for one." " You have looked, and you did not succeed. You offered Plenotte 30,000 francs. You made your offer in black and white, and she refused it. She has not the half of a voice, while I have a voice and a half. You are perfectly ungrateful." " Clothilde, I swear to you —"" I have read your letter." And as Clothilde uttered these crushing words, she crossed her arms and looked the Manager straight in the eyes. She found him so droll in his demoralized condition that she laughed aloud. " Who in the thunder showed you that letter ?"" A little bird," answered Clothilde. The Manager bowed his abashed head. " Don't let us quarrel," he said with a paternal air. " Do you insist on my engaging your friend ?"" Absolutely, or I will not sing another note for you. I feel that my voice is leaving me entirely. In another 25 hours I shall not be able to raise a note," said the actress in a hoarse whisper. " Well, then, I will give her 300 francs per month. That is liberal, I am sure." " And dress her," said Clothilde, slyly. " Ah ! no, indeed, by no means." " Then double your price and we will think about it." " Do you mean that 600 francs would not be enough ?"" Now, how bright you are ! Who would have supposed that you could have thought I meant that ?" And Clothilde laughed.
How much do you want for her?"
asked the manager impatiently. 8,000 francs for the first year, 12 for the next, and after then to agree on new terms."
"Clothilde, you are mad,"
cried Morissette. The actress raised her eyebrows in a gentle wonder. "Let me tell you," she said, "that my friend is a very quiet little person. She means to marry a rich man."
"Ah," answered Morissette thoughtfully, "that changes the question entirely. If she has decided to marry, it will not be at once, I presume."
"Not until she had brought a quantity of fish to your net, at all events," cried Clothilde.
"I will give her 10,000 francs on condition that she will not marry until after the expiration of the first year."
"Trafficker in human flesh," groaned Clothilde. "And yet people pretend that the buying and selling of slaves is abolished. Then if she engages at 10,000 you will give her cash down, 2,000.
1,000 the day of her first appearance."
"How do you wish her to appear? In a flannel skirt and a nightcap?"
"Upon my word, that would not be a bad idea," said Morissette, caressing his moustache. "But I will give half now and the other half in 6 months."
"No, 2,000 this very moment, or I will take her off, and you will never see either of us again." Morissette reluctantly opened his iron safe and took out 2 bills for 1,000 francs each and handed them to Clothilde. "How many sighs and groans and maledictions against the manager these represent," said the actress as she took them. "You cannot boast of being very liberal, at all events."
"I am quite as liberal as others,"
said Morissette as he prepared a receipt and contract. "I am not so sure of that," replied Clothilde. "Let me see the conditions with which you propose to burthen that poor innocent. Give me that pen." Clothilde took her seat at the manager's desk and pugnaciously attacked every clause which she considered onerous for her protege. When all was triumphantly concluded, after a long and weary battle, she rose and told her companion to read, ponder, and inwardly reflect.
"You may boast of taking the most abominable advantage of your position," he sighed as he laid the paper down. "Ah, if only I could replace you."
"But that is precisely what you cannot do, therefore it is you who take advantage of your position," she answered with a laugh. Bonne-Marie was now summoned. The period of her waiting had been so long that she had lost all hope, and supposed herself to have been condemned and rejected. Her surprise, therefore, was all the greater on seeing the contract and the receipt ready for her signature, and she took the pen handed her by Clothilde almost without knowing what she was doing. "Put your name there, simpleton," said her friend, showing her the exact spot to affix her signature. "And here, put these in your pocket." She slipped into the hand of Bonne-Marie the 2,000 franc notes, at which the girl stared with affrighted eyes.
"She is pretty, very pretty," said Morissette, examining her through his eyeglass. "What shall we call her?"
"The Rose of Salency," said Clothilde with a laugh.
"We shall have to think about it," he answered meditatively, and while Bonne-Marie put her precious money carefully into her porte-monnaie, he approached the diva and whispered in her ear: "Why the deuce do you have anything to do with this girl? She is as pretty as a pink. Why are you not jealous of her?"
"We do not pursue the same game," said Clothilde, quietly. "She is after a husband, and well, you know, I think a husband."
"I know you are too independent, mademoiselle," interrupted Morissette. "And now, ladies, good bye until the evening."
Clothilde bore her friend away in triumph. Bonne-Marie moved as if she were half asleep, and wondered if it were not all a dream. End of chapter 12. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 13 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Neal Sherwood. Chapter 13. Her first appearance. When it was known that Morissette had engaged a new attraction, the artist attached to his troupe became very curious, the men, contrary to the received idea, more curious than the women. But for Clothilde, who never left her, Bonne-Marie would unquestionably have suffered much annoyance. At the first glance the lady called her an affected thing, and the men a beauty. Such contradictory opinions as these naturally led to many collisions.
but the whole troop stood in wholesome fear of Clothilde, whose exceptional position and unrestrained tongue were for Bonne-Marie the best possible shield and buckler. Several rehearsals were ordered, that the new star might become accustomed to the orchestra and the glare of the gas. The important day at last arrived. Handbills were freely circulated. The milky globes surrounding the enclosure were more clear than usual, and there was a more liberal allowance of gas lighting up the dusky acacias. The floating dust of the summer evening was transformed to luminous vapor, and against this background the heavy masses of foliage on the tall trees stood out distinctly. Here and there branches caught the light from some candelabra, and displayed their delicate tracery even to their palest green leaves, as they waved in the air, which was not so much the wind of heaven as the heated air from the gas burners. The enclosure was surrounded by evergreens, which were intended to protect the little theatre from profane eyes. That this intention was not successful was shown by the quadruple row of heads beyond it. There assembled regularly every night those persons whose purses were empty, and who obtained during the day only the smell of the meals at the restaurants, and by night only the echoes from the theatre, those who did not love work enough even to struggle on with it, that they may thereby win the means of enjoying a few hours of indolence, those who like neither the solitary fireside of the bachelor nor the crowded home of the married man, those who say every morning, "Monsieur was not in voice yesterday," or "Julia's ballad was hissed," thus giving themselves the air of men of elegant leisure. All the endless varieties of the same family were to be found in this spot, attracted by the handbills and the placards, but too poor to pay the entrance fee. There were also artists there, who came to catch certain effects of the light, for these places are not without their poetic side, as Alfred de Musset has proved to us. Beyond these heads, beyond the evergreens and the line of lights, people passing by caught a glimpse of a brilliant gulf, with beds of flowers each side, flowers which quickly withered in this unhealthy light and atmosphere. Beyond this was the stage, protected by its triple row of gas burners, and there, on this stage, set with scenery of trees and meadows, stood Marie, in white silk, her dress cut square and low over the bust. She was singing in pathetic tones, in which real emotion was so interwoven with the false and the assumed, that she herself did not know where the one began and the other ended. J'ai quitté Monsieur en Bucco pour venir dans la grande ville. And there was a tear in her voice as she went on to describe the grief of the orphan as she met the cold looks of the hard world. She elicited enthusiastic applause from her audience by the gesture and voice in which she, although dying of hunger, repulsed the gold, the price of shame. And these people, skeptics and cynics, applauded her with energy. Bonne-Marie, without suspecting it, had infused a new element into the olla purdia of Parisian life. She had sung a moral ballad at a café chantant with success. It was an absolute ovation. Vainly did her companions shrug their shoulders and turn their backs on the girl who had dropped, as it were, from the skies among them. All true musicians recognized the peculiar quality of her fresh, clear voice, and all realized that there was something extraordinary about her, a dignity and a charm which prevented her being approached other than with the most entire respect. The amateurs and habitués of the place came, of course, to see this rising star, or this budding star, as a youth with a vast display of shirt bosom and hair carefully parted in the middle solemnly remarked to her. Bonne-Marie smiled, and even exchanged a few courteous words with one and all, but no one ventured on any impertinent familiarity. "How the deuce does she do it? Why is she so different from all the others?" said some to Morissette. "Hush!" said the astute manager, placing his finger on his lips. "She is a young lady of the best possible family. Hush!" "Who makes her appearance here out of love of you?" "Hush! Heart of ice, has never loved. Will not listen to one such word. Hush!" "Come now, Morissette, let us be serious." "I am serious, entirely so. Try yourselves, gentlemen. Burn your own wings in the flame if you choose." And Morissette laughed softly, and went off on the tips of his toes as if in a sick room. "The rascal! He is quite capable of having put that clause into her engagement," exclaimed someone who builded better than he knew. That evening Bonne-Marie returned to her pretty room on the 4th floor of a good house in a good situation. It was a room for birds of passage, which the coquetry and doubtful taste of third-class actresses, on the topmost wave of success for a brief period, had adorned and arrayed. but it seemed to the young girl the very acme of elegance. A carriage full of bouquets had been brought in, and as she read the cards attached to them, and breathed their perfume, Bonne-Marie's heart beat with a more exalted triumph than this apartment had ever before witnessed. "I am earning my bread honorably," she said to herself. A strong wind from the southeast blew against her imperfectly closed window. The curtains swelled out like a sail. She opened it, leaned out, and looked up at the sky over which black clouds were stormily drifting. "How high the sea must be tonight at Omonville," thought Bonne-Marie. She closed the windows and was soon sound asleep after her day of fatigue and excitement. That very night Jean-Baptiste, who had grown indifferent and careless, was nearly lost, he and his boat together on the Cogue, the most dangerous of all the huge rocks on this perilous shore, and if he saved himself it was simply that his instinct of self-preservation was stronger than his love of life. End of chapter 13. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 14 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 14. Luciane. In another week Bonne-Marie had totally conquered her Normand accent. Bonne-Marie could use a fan in answer to her new name, Luciane, a name chosen by Clothilde. Bonne-Marie was no longer embarrassed by her trailing flounces. In a word, the young country girl was transformed into a Parisian. Where had she learned to receive all this homage in so calm and dignified a manner? How did she know what replies to make to these commonplace sentimentalities? She unfolded her music and looked over it at the public while the prelude was played, with as much composure as if she had done it for years. She must have been born for this role, for she assumed it with such ease that even Clothilde was astonished and had some difficulty in believing that their meeting on the Champs-Élysées was but little more than a month previous. Bonne-Marie had learned many things without knowing how, like water filtering through a porous stone. She had acquired a knowledge of the immortality of the world in which she lived. She understood the puerile hatreds, the ferocious jealousy, the venality of all and everything, the absolute selfishness and vanity of those about her, and she no longer cared to know Clothilde's friends. She even suspected that Clothilde herself had not escaped the odious leprosy, and that poor and honest friends would stand small chance of being admitted to her august presence. But she loved Clothilde, and she wished to continue to love her. She was grateful for the battle Clothilde had fought in her behalf, and brought to a successful termination, a battle in which she, standing alone, would have been hopelessly defeated and put to flight. It was to Clothilde that she owed the applause that nightly deafened her. The very carpet in her bedroom was due to her friend's generosity, as well as the bouquets and compliments. So many favors demanded a vast amount of gratitude in return, and so Bonne-Marie deliberately closed her eyes and covered them with her hands. Did she think of the past? Yes, often. When in the evening she was dressing for a concert, as she caught the gleam of the light on her pearly skin, as she loosened the mass of her pale brown hair and put it up in a fashion that displayed her pure brow and delicate ears, she remembered the small linen caps which in former days covered these shining braids. She recalled her woolen bodice, the chemise of unbleached linen she then wore, and smiled at her image in the glass with a proud and happy smile. That which raised Bonne-Marie higher than all in her own estimation was the feeling that it was impossible for her to wander from the straight and narrow path she had marked out for herself. "I will owe my fortune to myself, to my own merits," she said haughtily. Conscious of her own innocence and purity, the girl therefore carried her head high, and never dreamed that she could be suspected. Why should she be? Her life was as transparent as a crystal carafe. Study and rehearsals absorbed her days, and if by chance a leisure hour came, she spent it at Clothilde's, or in driving with her and the boys. The young girl's life was therefore a peaceful one, troubled only by a regret for her dead father, or a pang when she thought of the living Jean-Baptiste who loved her so much, and who was alone and sad so many miles away. Another month had elapsed. Bonne-Marie, or Luciane as she was called, had renewed and enlarged her repertoire. Under the advice of her friend she appeared always in white,
always with jasmine or anemones in her hair, and or some small pure flowers which suggested orange blossoms. And this virginal apparition was hailed each night with long and repeated bravas. In the intervals between her ballads, Mademoiselle Luciane received the homage of the men around her, and if a brief melancholy weighed down her spirits, it was at the sight of these among whom, she said to herself, was not one single man whom she could love. "Not one whom I would marry," she added. She contemplated these admirers in succession, those who were at her own feet and those who were at the feet of all other women. Their whiskers curled on hot irons, their moustaches waxed to a fine point, their huge collars and cut-open vests, their hair parted in the middle, all struck her as simply ridiculous, and their manners as repulsive. And was this the world of which she had dreamed? Not so! The traveller whom she was to have met on the sea beach at sunset had little in common with this vulgar herd. Were there no men in Paris simpler, more natural, and truer than these? She remembered that on her first arrival in Paris she had often met men with handsome, grave faces, stately in form and walk, men whose eyes expressed an admiration which was too respectful to bring a blush to her cheek, but none such did she see at the Café concert. It began to dawn upon her, therefore, that it was not enough to be beautiful, amiable, and clever, and to earn one's bread honestly and industriously. Something else was evidently needed. But what, then, was that something? Bonne-Marie said to herself, sagaciously, that the women who were near her were not such as men would select for wives, but she was not one of them, though with them, and the men knew this quite as well as she did herself. And if these men knew it, why should not others as well, and among them the mysterious he whom she was to marry? She was sometimes a little discouraged, but as at 20, it is more natural to hope than to fear. This discouragement quickly passed away, and she continued to look forward to the future with a vague feeling of expectation. End of chapter 14. Recording by Susannah Mason.
Chapter 15 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 15. He Comes. One night, while the orchestra was playing the prelude to her first ballad, she ran over the audience with indolent eyes, for she had become accustomed to the fiery barrier of the footlights. She was never timid, but sure of herself, liked to examine her public, and possibly select some especial persons to whom to sing. Her heart gave a wild, tumultuous leap, as she caught sight of a young man who was watching her with fixed attention. He sat leaning back in his chair against a mass of dark green foliage. His large, dark eyes were full of fire, and totally different from those of the men whom she was in the habit of seeing. They were neither weary and faded from sleeplessness, nor reddened by dissipation. The girl's lips paled as she met these eyes, but it was time for her to sing. She finished the first verse, and as she turned to the page again, Bonne-Marie glanced once more at the stranger. He had listened attentively. Indeed, he leaned forward and fixed his eyes on her. "He has come," said Bonne-Marie. "The man I am to love has come." With what intensity of feeling she sang the words of the next couplet, and in them addressed the stranger, who had entered thus suddenly into her life. Only those who know something of the enthusiasm of a pure, romantic young girl can imagine. The unknown was carefully dressed and singularly handsome. Of course, therefore, he must be endowed with every virtue and every merit. His admiration of Bonne-Marie was very evident and unmistakable, and yet she fancied she read in his face something more than admiration, curiosity and astonishment. "It is astonishing," it seemed to say. "She is pretty, very pretty. She sings here, and yet she has not the face or the air for a casino." The unknown called a waiter, gave him a card, and slipped something into his hand as the young girl sang her third and last verse. When she ended, she bowed and curtsied gravely to the enthusiastic audience. The man she had been looking at rose to his feet and applauded her with his gloved hands. With difficulty she guarded herself against thanking him with a look, being warned by a secret instinct.
When she returned to her dressing room she received a bouquet of white blossoms, and with it a card. This card, which she looked at with some hesitation, was inscribed with the name Louis Morin. He was not noble, as they say in the country. The stranger was a mere plebeian, but what did that matter if he had the true nobility of soul and good manners? These were Bonne-Marie's reflections, and she was quite ready to forgive anything in the man to whom she had never yet once spoken. The next night Louis Morin was in the same place, and when Mademoiselle Luciane curtsied low in reply to the applause, he bowed to her. His bow was both familiar and respectful, and Mademoiselle Luciane colored and sang with a less assured voice than usual. Later in the evening a white bouquet precisely like the one of the evening before was handed to her. She had received many bouquets, all had pleased her. But none had agitated her. This one brought back all her past, all her dreams of love and of fame. It was precisely thus she had pictured to herself the coming of her lover. He would see her some night, and he would dare to speak to her. Finally his lips would be unsealed, and a heaven on earth would unroll before them, through a marriage where love would be eternal. If Louis Morin had known all that was in Bonne-Marie's heart at that moment, he would probably have postponed the presentation that he had eagerly asked. But he believed her to be very different from what she really was. He thought her a mere concert singer like many another, having possibly a little more education, but who had little reputation or virtue to lose. In his eyes Bonne-Marie was a pretty person, extremely charming, and with a natural air of distinction, but who was quite as capable of devouring a man's fortune as any one of her associates. While Bonne-Marie therefore was dreaming of a fortune that could not be far distant, Louis Morin made more prosaic reflections, of which the result was that on the fourth day, not having received even a glance of encouragement, and yet with an intuitive certainty of having been remarked, the young man waited outside the enclosure until the noisy artists had all departed. 10 minutes later the young girl in black and with close round hat came out. At first he hardly recognized her in this costume, but a second look reassured him, and he bowed profoundly. At the moment when he was about to utter words which he could never repair, he saw Bonne-Marie return his salutation with timidity and haste. She dropped her veil over her face, all glowing with blushes, and passed on quickly. He stood in mute surprise, forgetting to put on his hat, and when he came to his senses the girl was far away. He turned and followed her, but he was too late. She was out of sight. The next day he was near the entrance long before it was time for the concert to open. He sat on the same bench where Bonne-Marie had sat on that day when she saw Clothilde, and waited with his white bouquet in hand. He did not care, in the least, for the fact that his bouquet and himself were attracting considerable attention and ridicule. He determined to see again, and nearer too, that pretty, timid face. "She does not look in the least as if she belonged to this profession," he said to himself, "and I believe there is some romance in connection with her. I intend to find it out." End of chapter 15. Recording by Susannah Mason.
Chapter 16 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monika, Rolley. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henri Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal, Sherwood. Chapter 16. The Painter. Louis Morin was what the world calls a charming fellow. He was amiable, obliging, and yet by no means without a goodly share of masculine selfishness. He was generally gay, but sometimes morose and suspicious, but these last qualities were suspected only by the few persons who knew him intimately. Perhaps, friendly reader, you may have known some of these charming fellows who are at the beck and bidding of their lady friends, always willing to execute a commission, obliging to a degree, with a purse whose strings slide easily, who always have a word of consolation and encouragement for the downcast, who, in short, are always thoughtful and agreeable in society. but in their homes they are changed beings. No one must ask them for the smallest assistance. Everything annoys and fatigues them. They have no money, the chimney smokes. They growl at their wives and snap at the servants. You need not call them hypocrites, for they are nothing of the kind. They simply have a fixed idea that it is the height of folly to take any trouble for one's family, and prefer to reserve all their amiability for the families of other men. Ask of kind heaven, therefore, that these amiable youths may never come to regard you as one of themselves. Louis Morin was a painter. After struggling for 4 or 5 years and exhibiting at each salon extremely clever pictures, conscientiously painted, but whose subjects were rather serious and productive of little attention and no money, he at last struck out on a new path and painted extremely ugly groups of men drinking and carousing. These were full of faults, but they caught the eye. He did not send these to the salon, for they would have been rejected with holy horror and just indignation, but he put them into the hands of picture dealers and found they were quickly bought by amateurs, possibly from the same mysterious reason which makes people think those frightful bulldog pictures beautiful. Each canvas brought him 50 francs, and as he painted 6 monthly, the amount they brought in per annum was not to be despised. One day, however, it came to pass that as he was looking at his last work, displayed in the window of a picture dealer, he saw a gentleman enter the shop and ask to see it. He examined it and finally purchased it, and apparently fearing that he should lose the precious object, he walked out of the shop with it under his arm. Morin, outside in the street, had witnessed the whole scene and stopped the amateur as soon as he reached the sidewalk. "I beg your pardon, sir," he said, "but will you tell me how much you have just paid for that picture?" The man stared, but answered slowly, 500 francs. "With the frame?" The amateur was more amazed than before, but he answered meekly, "Yes, with the frame." "And it was not dear," replied Morin enthusiastically. "And now, sir, let me tell you that it is I who paint these pictures, and if you want any more I will paint them for you at 400 francs, with a frame, and you to choose the subject." And, bowing politely to the amateur, Morin handed him his card and disappeared. "Louis Morin," read the man. "Yes, that is the signature. And this is his address." "I do not understand." "It is some joke, I suppose, but still I think I will call there tomorrow." And thus it was that Louis Morin began to make his fortune at last, as well as reputation. From time to time he said to himself, "I should like to do some work worthy of the salon. But life is very delightful in Paris when one has almost as much money as one wants, and to accomplish anything of value would have taken 6 months, while in those same 6 months Morin painted 10 little horrors, which each brought him in 800 francs. It is easy, therefore, to see why he sent nothing more to the salon. The price of the bouquets of white lilacs was therefore not as appalling to him as to many another, and, besides, he had discovered a florist who sold them at a comparatively low price, thanks to the politeness and the gaiety of the young artist, who one day drew the woman's poetry with 10 strokes of his pencil. "Perhaps, after all, that is the thing I can do best," said Morin sadly, as he contemplated the full red face of this 50-year-old woman who had no longer the smallest pretensions to good looks. "I see I was born to paint portraits." The day he sat waiting for Bonne-Marie, armed with his white lilacs, he suddenly had an original idea. "I will ask to paint her portrait," he said to himself. "She cannot refuse that, and I will send it to the salon." This new notion delighted the young artist, for in every way it could not fail to be profitable to him. He did not care to throw away his time, be it understood by my readers. About 8 o'clock, Morin saw Bonne-Marie approaching in the misty September twilight. She was dressed with the same simplicity as on the previous evening, and wore in her breast a spray of white lilac. As she saw the young artist, she started back. "Mademoiselle," he said as he presented his bouquet, "will you not condescend to accept from my own hands the flowers which hitherto you have not refused?" And his eyes rested on the spray that trembled on the girl's corsage. She silently took the bouquet. "Thanks," she said in a low voice as she moved on. He stopped her. "Mademoiselle Luciane, your beauty is as wonderful as your talent, and—" Bonne-Marie, blushing like a rose, turned her face away with a smile. To any other person this phrase would probably have seemed the merest commonplace, but to her it was the most welcome and sincerest praise. "And therefore," continued the young artist, "there should be a portrait painted of you which, when you are no longer young, you will like to look at, and of which you may be proud all your life long." Bonne-Marie turned her lovely eyes on Morin. Their blue depths were far less serene than usual. "My portrait," she said. "But who will paint it?" "I, mademoiselle, if you will permit me." He was standing with uncovered head, addressing her as if she were his sovereign. The ambitious young girl remembered that she had seen pictures of handsome youths who thus accosted great ladies, and her pride was greatly flattered. "I do not know, sir," she replied. "You would not refuse me, mademoiselle," he cried. "This portrait may be the glory of my career, and I count upon it to convince the frequenters of the next salon, and I am one of the first painters of the epoch." Louis Morin was not modest, most assuredly, but then he made no pretensions to being so, and this fact should induce anyone to pardon this egoistically outburst. Bonne-Marie did not understand, and she repeated vaguely, "The salon? What salon?" "The exhibition of pictures," answered Morin, somewhat surprised at the ignorance of the charming singer. "And when will this exhibition take place?" continued Bonne-Marie timidly. "In the spring," answered Morin, more and more astonished. The girl hesitated. "Your proposition is most flattering," she said at last, "but I cannot yet say whether I can accept it." "You would not be hard-hearted enough to refuse, I am sure," exclaimed the painter. The discordant sounds of the orchestra, tuning their instruments, recalled Bonne-Marie to a recollection of the duties of the present hour. "I neither refuse nor accept now," she said hastily. "I must think about it. But, sir, I cannot pay for this portrait." "Pay for the portrait?" interrupted the young man, the more eagerly that he had not foreseen this resistance. "Did I not say that I relied on this work to give me name and fame? It is I who will be forever indebted to you." "We will see," said Bonne-Marie, and saluting him with a gracious bow, she glided past him and disappeared. End of chapter 16. Recording by Monika, Rolley. Chapter 17 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monika, Rolley. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henri Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 17. The Portrait. When Bonne-Marie appeared on the stage a half-hour later, the painter was in the place where she had already learned to look for him. She avoided meeting his eyes, but she wore in her hair or her breast and carried in her hand the white lilacs he had given her. "My portrait," murmured Bonne-Marie when she was alone in her own room after midnight. "My portrait at the exhibition. He counts on that to create a reputation for himself. From his air and manner One would suppose his reputation already made. He has the air of a celebrity. What must I say? Shall it be yes? Ah, to have him paint my portrait would be bliss indeed. These thoughts kept her awake until 3 o'clock, and finally Bonne-Marie fell asleep, deciding to go the next day and consult Clothilde. Just at 10 o'clock she rang at her friend's door and was received by Clothilde in her dressing gown. The relations between them were as friendly as heretofore, if not quite as familiar. Clothilde was born to protect the weak, and as Bonne-Marie could now take care of herself and her wings had grown strong, Clothilde lost some portion of the interest she had formerly taken in her. Just at this time, too, Clothilde was occupied in pushing a young seamstress in whom she had discovered positive genius. She shall be the fashion, she said to herself, and Clothilde generally carried her point. Tell me, said Bonne-Marie, tell me what the salon is. I am so ignorant that I commit a dozen blunders every day. The salon? Oh, you mean the exhibition? Yes, I presume so, but the exhibition of what? Of painting and sculpture. Did you not know that? No, not that, nor many another thing beside. Tell me more about this exhibition. Clothilde, not without a good-natured laugh at the ignorance of her friend, explained all the mysteries of the salon, and, naturally, as she knew many of the useful artists, she cheered at the committee. But why on earth are you so deeply interested in the salon all at once? It is because someone, answered Bonne-Marie with considerable hesitation, has proposed to paint my portrait. For the salon? How splendid! Cried Clothilde. Your portrait at the exhibition. Why, my dear, it would make you known throughout Paris in 48 hours. No one ever made such a proposal to me, and yet I flatter myself I am no uglier than you. If I am not guilty of an indiscretion, may I ask who it is who wishes to paint your portrait? Bonne-Marie, intensely annoyed at the smile on Clothilde's lips, answered coldly. There is no indiscretion in your question. It is Monsieur Louis Morin. Louis Morin? Don't know him, replied Clothilde with an air of supreme indifference. She did not speak the truth, however, but what could you expect? No artist had asked to paint her portrait for the salon. Bonne-Marie did not speak for a moment. Shall I accept? She said at last in a voice she endeavored to render steady. Clothilde was quite ashamed of herself by this time. Her kindness of heart prompted her to encourage her timid friend. Besides, should she advise Bonne-Marie to refuse, there would be plenty of malicious tongues ready to say she did so from envy. Accept, my child, of course you must. It is a splendid thing, as I told you before. But tell me, added the diva mischievously, is this Louis Morin the young prince for whom you have been waiting? Bonne-Marie turned away half angrily, and Clothilde was more delighted than before. Never mind, she cried. If he be prince by birth or prince of artists, the essential is that you love him. When will you invite me to the wedding? Seeing that she had seriously annoyed her friend, Clothilde took her by the arm and drew her towards her. Is it so serious as this? She asked gently. I know nothing about it, answered Bonne-Marie, carried away by that need to open her heart, which is one of the most charming qualities and also one of the greatest follies of youth. I only know that he asked if he might paint my portrait. But why did you not say yes at once? Asked Clothilde with a smile. You would have accepted then? With joy and gratitude, my child. I would in fact have kissed him on both cheeks and bade him fix the hour for the first sitting. But where would he paint this portrait? Asked Bonne-Marie. Good heavens, child! Where on earth would he paint it, if not in his studio? Would you have him do it in a cellar? In his own rooms, do you mean? A studio does not necessarily mean where your artist lives. It is generally a neutral territory where all the world assembles. But, bless my heart, where did you get all these prudish notions? Are they prudish notions? Asked the girl, much troubled. Of course they are. What on earth does it matter if you love him? Bonne-Marie plucked up her courage, spurred by the dread of betraying her secret. But I do not love him, she said firmly. Well then, you will. It amounts to the same thing. You will marry him, and I shall dance at your wedding. Why can't you be serious? Said the girl as she rose to depart. Simply, my dear, because I'm not cut out of that sort of stuff. We are entirely different. I try occasionally, but it is really no use. J'ai quitté ma sœur au berceau, she began singing Luciane's ballade with a nasal whine. Her friend smiled. She could not help it, and the two laughed heartily together. Just as they were separating, Clothilde exclaimed, "Ah, I forgot, do you want a dressmaker?" "No, why? But who makes your dresses?" persisted the diva as she held the door half open. "The woman you sent to me. Her taste is wretched. Try little Arsène. She is a genius, as you will soon discover if you employ her." "But," said Bonne-Marie, "I can't afford to have many dresses. My salary is only 6,000 francs per annum." The door that Clothilde held clapped to with a bang. "I have vexed her," said Bonne-Marie to herself, "and yet I had no intention of doing so. I wonder if a day could by any chance elapse without me being guilty of some gross piece of stupidity." As she entered the house where she resided, the old concierge followed her up the stairs. This worthy woman professed the greatest respect for the young singer. "She never receives a single visit," she said, "and she always comes straight home from the concert." The emphasis laid upon this fact led the hearer to infer that all the lodgers did not pique themselves on similar regularity, but this concerns neither my readers nor myself. "Mademoiselle," said the Cerberus in petticoats, "someone has been here for you." "For me?" answered Bonne-Marie in surprise. "You must be mistaken." "Not I. It was a very good-looking young man, and he left his card beside." The young girl took the card which, it is unnecessary to state, bore the name of Louis Morin. "I am very much obliged to you, madame," she said in considerable confusion. "What shall I say to him when he comes again?" asked the woman with a knowing air. "Nothing at all," answered Bonne-Marie as she ran lightly up the stairs. The concierge looked after her, and then, with a significant shrug of her shoulders, she returned to her room. Where had Morin obtained her address? This was the question that now troubled our artless little girl. It never occurred to her that nothing was easier than to obtain it at the theatre. Bonne-Marie had learned many things, but she did not yet know that an address can be purchased. She fancied that he had taken the less commonplace method and had followed her home, and her heart beat high with joy and gratified vanity. He loved her then already, and would he not love her more when he knew her real value? The girl fully realized that the people by whom she was surrounded were not models of virtue, but she never supposed that a single human being could doubt her honor. Piety and virtue were so entirely the rules that governed her life that she had no idea that anyone could misjudge her. If Morin loved her, it must be that he wished to take her his wife, and if he loved her merely because he had seen and heard her, what would be the surprise of the young painter when he discovered that she possessed those domestic virtues whose worth she estimated at their full value? She fancied herself in his atelier. An atelier, what was that? Sometimes in her walks she had looked up to those high windows far above all the other houses, and had asked herself what was done in those cages, half darkened by heavy curtains of green serge. The words studio, atelier, and painter told her little more than she knew before. Was she about to enter one of these mysterious retreats? She saw her own image smiling down at her. From the wall resplendent with youth and beauty, she saw the crowd pressing toward it, and she heard her name repeated in 100 different tones of admiration. "It is too much," cried Bonne-Marie, intoxicated with joy. "It seems impossible." Her doorbell rang gently and recalled her to real life. She opened the door. Louis Morin stood before her. "Forgive my importunity, mademoiselle," said the young man, I ventured to come back because I was told that you were always alone." There was something in this phrase which jarred on Bonne-Marie. It might have been that it fell coldly on the chorus of happy voices to which she had been listening like a false note. On seeing the light frown that contracted her delicate eyebrows, Morin felt he had made a blunder. He spoke again, therefore, with greater caution. "The artist, mademoiselle, comes to ask his model to fix an hour for the first sitting. Had you friends with you, I should have deferred my request, particularly as you have not given me your promise." "Come in, sir," said Bonne-Marie, and she preceded her guest to her small, faded salon. "Will you say Monday?" asked Morin in a pleading voice. The girl still hesitated. The painter, asking himself what argument he could use, had a happy inspiration. "I shall receive you without any ceremony, and 1 or 2 friends will be with me." As soon as she found that Morin would not be alone in his studio, Bonne-Marie made no further objection. "Very well," she said, "I agree to Monday. The idea of the portrait makes me possibly a little indiscreet, but—" "Indiscreet?" interrupted Morin. "How can it be indiscreet when your beauty and your talent are already recognized by the public? But now that we are good friends, tell me under what happy sky you were born, and where is the casket that has hitherto concealed this pearl?" Bonne-Marie had no reason for concealment or disguise, and yet, as she was about to tell this stranger where she was born, she had a vague feeling of terror and reluctance. She could not lie, however. Her natural shrewdness, born of the common sense of Normandy, suggested a way out of this difficulty. "I was born in Normandy," she said, "on the seashore, but you would not be interested in the details." "Ah," thought Morin, "you do not wish me to know whence you come. Just as you please. Have you ever said to anyone?" he asked aloud. "Never. We will try and prevent you from finding it too wearisome, for it certainly is a very stupid thing to do." Bonne-Marie's eyes said very clearly that she should not find it wearisome. But the painter could not discover anything especially flattering to himself in this declaration. The girl rose, and Morin saw himself obliged to cut his visit short. "On Monday, then," he said. "And shall it be at 1 o'clock?" "Just as you please, sir," she answered. "You have my address, and we live very near each other," said Louis Morin, and as he reached the door he extended his hand to the young girl, who frankly placed hers within it. He had intended to raise it to his lips, but the cool little hand met his with such utter indifference that he was not tempted to commit any such folly. He therefore shook it as he would have done that of some masculine friend, and departed. As he went down the stairs, he said to himself, "That is an odd sort of girl. One can't precisely say that she's acting a part, and yet, upon my word, I don't understand her." End of chapter 17. Recording by Monika Rolley. Chapter 18 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monika Rolley. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henri Gréville. Translated by Marianne Neal Sherwood. Chapter 18. The Studio. Monday came. Bonne-Marie took her place on the elevated platform in the soft, subdued light of the atelier. With a sheet of music in her hand, she stood erect. Her black dress, for she still wore mourning for her father, fell in soft folds around her graceful figure. Happy and yet anxious, she followed each movement of the artist with intense curiosity. He stood before her and made strange lines on his canvas. Contrary to his words to Bonne-Marie, they were alone in his studio, for he preferred to make the preliminary sketch and fix on the pose, without the advice of friends, advice which generally leaves one out of temper and bewildered. He spoke to her occasionally as he worked to prevent her from feeling weary. Bonne-Marie rarely opened her lips except to answer a direct question, and her replies revealed such an extraordinary ignorance of the world that more than once the artist dropped his crayon and looked earnestly at his model. She must be laughing at me, he thought, but the pure, serene face of Bonne-Marie excluded this idea. No one plays a joke with such a calm, angelic look. More puzzled than ever, the young man resumed his sketch with renewed energy. "At last!" he exclaimed, turning his easel toward her. She stepped from the platform and ran to look. Was that her portrait? Did those black lines on that grey ground represent her image? She stood silent and disappointed. Morin laughed. "You can see nothing," he said good-naturedly. "Well, never mind, it will come. Now, will you dine with me?" Bonne-Marie shook her head. "Just as you please. I make it a rule never to contradict anyone. Tomorrow then, at the same hour." "Will you be at the concert tonight?" asked the girl with some hesitation. "Most assuredly," answered Morin eagerly. "Farewell then, for the present," said Bonne-Marie as she put on her hat. "You're not going away so soon? Can we not talk a little?" "No, not today. When we know each other better." "But I know you now very well," cried Morin, snatching her hand and leading her to the easel again. "Shall I tell you your history?" She looked at him with widely open eyes of surprise. "You were brought up in the country," began the artist. "You have had a good education, too good for the life you were to lead. You were ennuyé where you were, and finally you came to Paris to see if you could not make more of your life here than in your country. Is not that so?" "Yes, it is all true," murmured the girl, overwhelmed at his wonderful clear-sightedness. To her, the young man's words had far other meaning than they seemed to have, and to him they were different still. How were they ever to understand each other when the same word bore to each a different meaning and value? "You see, I know you thoroughly," continued Morin, "and you will quickly learn to know me too. I am an honest fellow. I like all that tends to make life agreeable. I am an honorable man, and I love you, Mademoiselle Luciane." "No," answered Bonne-Marie, growing very pale. "Do not tell me so, I entreat of you." "But I must tell you because I wish you to understand me." "Say no more," replied the young girl. "You are painting my portrait now." "Must I wait until the portrait is finished? I shall have to work at full gallop then." "Do not hurry," answered Bonne-Marie, smiling. "There is ample time." She left the room, trembling from head to foot, happy in being loved, but troubled that the young man should have spoken thus lightly. End of chapter 18. Recording by Monika, Rolley. Chapter 19 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monika, Rolley. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henri Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal, Sherwood. Chapter 19. How Pictures Are Made. The next morning, some little time before the hour fixed for the sitting, Morin was trying to dismiss the friends in his studio. "Look here, boys," he said, "Luciane is a very well-bred person. You and your smoking caps will frighten her out of her wits. Go away." The two youths to whom he addressed these conciliatory words were two brother artists whose studios were on the same floor with his own. They talked rather than toiled, and spent most of their time lounging in Morin's quarters. There they complained of the blundering idiots who did not understand them, of the poor light in their studios, of the Jews of dealers who bought their pictures for nothing and sent them to America, where they sold for preposterous prices. These complaints disposed of, they discussed the secrets of their art. One of them called himself a realist, and the other colorist. No one could understand why, as there was no obvious difference. They imitated each other without intending to do so, and their canvas differed only in the signatures. One day the colorist said to his comrade, "You remember your sketch, Le Moulin de la Galette? It is very good, do you know?" "Good. It is a masterpiece. Listen, a wealthy merchant ordered a landscape of me to be delivered tonight. Lend me your moulin. I will sign it, and my patron will give me 100 francs. 100 francs, you understand, and tomorrow I will paint you a view from Montmartre. Do this, and we will have a good supper tonight." The colorist consented, and a few days later he signed the Montmartre picture and sold it for 150 francs. "Go away, my good friends, I beg of you," repeated Morin in a dismissal tone. "But we wish to see your Luciane. You sent us off yesterday, and you can't play the same game 2 days in succession. No, we won't go until we have seen her." "Then go and make yourselves respectable." "Respectable? Oh, you mean in our dress? Is she a princess? Do it for me, boys. How can you make such asses of yourselves? We obey, but swear you will let us in again." "I swear. Only one condition, however, that you will conduct yourself with propriety while she is here." "Never fear, we will be as solemn as members of the Institute." Bonne-Marie came in a few minutes and found Morin on the arms, his brush in his hand. Upon his clear and shining palette, white and ultramarine, Naples yellow, ochre and bitumen were arranged in regular drops, in a half circle. The young girl looked curiously at these patches, out of which the delicacy of her pearly skin, the brilliancy of her dewy eyes, and the sweet freshness of her lovely mouth were to be reproduced. How was this marvelous work to be accomplished? What mysterious power would indicate to the artist what atoms of color he should take on the point of his pencil to depict on that dull canvas a living image of the face at which she had so often gazed in her gold-framed mirror? Morin, dressed in black velvet, wearing a cap of the same, looked like one of the painters of the Renaissance, and affected the girl, as to be sure he always did, as a being of a superior sphere. She felt ignorant, childish, and weak in his presence, and was afraid to meet his eyes. "Are you alone?" she said, after greeting him hastily. Morin divined her meaning. "Yes, alone," he said gaily, with that air of good nature which was one of his distinguishing characteristics. "But I fear I shall not long enjoy the pleasure of a tete-a-tete with you. My studio is rarely empty. Had you come 5 minutes earlier, you would have found it crowded, and I wager my life that in less than 5 minutes someone will come and disturb us." A bright smile flitted over Bonne-Marie's face. "Who is likely to come?" she asked. "Anyone and everyone, amateurs, picture dealers, and friends. My doors are always open, ever since a very poor jest of one of my comrades ruined my bell." "A poor jest?" repeated the girl. She had rashly supposed this vast room, which affected her like a church, was no place for jests. Upon these high walls were fastened fragments of classic friezes, a plaster statue of the Venus of Milo, sketches and landscapes, several heads, copies from some of the earlier painters, for example, the wonderful Madonna of Botticelli du Louvre. All these souvenirs of a far-away past, all these treasures of art which people vaguely admire, without in the least comprehending, filled Bonne-Marie with respectful admiration, while at the same time they impressed more fully on her mind that the master of this mysterious spot lived in ideal regions far away from dull humanity. "Look," said Morin, pointing with his brush to the wall above the door. Bonne-Marie looked and beheld a small doll, whose limbs, covered with pink kid, dangled helplessly from the bell, wherein its head and shoulders had been mercilessly thrust. "I needed a ladder to take it out," said Morin with a lazy smile, "and I had none. Consequently, my atelier is as public as any open square in the city. But if it disturbs you—" "Not in the least," said Bonne-Marie eagerly. The sitting began, and at the end of 15 minutes the two curious neighbors made the prophesied eruption into the studio. "We beg 10,000 pardons. Do not let us disturb you," they said with the most serious air. "Not at all, come in. Mademoiselle Luciane will permit me to receive you. What have you there?" continued Morin, addressing the colorist. "My last panel. An order, my dear fellow. I am not displeased with it on the whole either." The colorist exhibited a piece of white board about as large as his two hands, on which was represented in their full size a jar of blue faience on a yellow plate, across which was a silver spoon. "This is the application of my general principle of aesthetics." "Pray explain," said Bonne-Marie with some curiosity, forgetting her pose and turning her head to look at this chef d'oeuvre. "I am only too happy, mademoiselle, too happy. My principle, then, although somewhat short, comprises the whole of art. All in all, and all everywhere." "I have heard that before, I think," interrupted Morin with that everlasting smile of his, which verged something on the consumptuous. "Probably, but mademoiselle has not been equally fortunate, I imagine. This principle which Eugène Delacroix stated has become my maxim. Without it, there can be no true art, for painting is color and color is harmony. Now all pictures are harmonious, are chefs d'oeuvre. Do you see? In nature all tints are mingled harmoniously. That is why Delacroix put blue in his flesh tints and flesh tints in his skies. And you will admit that he was a most wonderful colorist." "But why have you put that blue spot in the bowl of your spoon?" asked Morin. "It is a reflection of the sweetmeat jar." "But your spoon is not at the right angle to catch this reflection." "Ah, yes, true. Then it is the reflection from the sky." "But where do you get it?" "Through my window, of course." "Indeed, in autumn?" "It strikes me that such a sky would be singularly blue for the season of the year." "No, nature never does anything of that kind." "Then nature makes a very great mistake. That is all I have to say," answered the colorist with considerable temper. "My dear friend," interposed the realist, "wait a moment. Where should we be if we accused nature of being in the wrong? Nature is never mistaken, be sure of that." "But Delacroix?" "Delacroix was an idiot. You know what my opinion has always been in regard to him. Pardon this expression, mademoiselle. I merely intend to say that Delacroix has had a very bad effect on his contemporaries. Talk to me of Velasquez, and I will listen to you. Velasquez did very well, and had he known my principle of art, he would have been the first of painters. Now with Rembrandt it was different. He had a dim suspicion of what I mean." "Rembrandt? He could paint with nothing but bitumen." "Precisely. He put it on everything and in everything, and that is where he showed his genius. His genius, indeed. He was a mere realist." They continued to dispute, showering epithets of fool and idiot and all those artists who did not happen to please them, and finally one of the young men in the heat of discussion turned to Bonne-Marie as arbitress. "I am very ignorant," she answered with a deep blush, "and I really understand very little of the things you say. But it seems to me that the painters of whom you speak, Velasquez, Rubens, Titian, and Rembrandt, cannot be without worth, since their works are in all museums, and people talk of them today, and yet they died so long ago." "Gentlemen, lower your flags. You are conquered," exclaimed Morin in a high delight. Words of wisdom have dropped from Mademoiselle Luciane's lips. Bonne-Marie colored again, but this time with pleasure, and turning away, she stepped upon the platform and resumed her pose. "Look," said the colorist, raising his head, "your doll is kicking. Someone must be pulling the bell." "Come in," he shouted with the voice of a stentor, utterly regardless of the furious look which Morin launched at him. "How delightful this atelier is!" exclaimed the newcomer as he pushed the door open. "No one can say you keep your guests waiting, my boy. And how is your precious health?" Morin, extremely surprised at this familiar greeting from a man he did not know, bowed with cold politeness. The unknown glanced stealthily at Bonne-Marie, who recognized him as a person whom she had noticed lately as a regular habitué of the concert room where she sang. She had seen him sit the whole evening with the knob of his walking stick between his teeth and a glass stuck in one eye. It was the same man, she was sure, only his hair at night was reddish, while by daylight it took a yellower tint. As to his eyes, they were unchanged, shining and pale blue, and set very much on the outside of his head. Unchanged, too, was his inquiring smile, which displayed large and prominent teeth, and seemed to ask, at every stupid jest uttered by himself or anyone else, "Well, what do you think of that?" End of chapter 19. Recording by Monika, Rolley. Chapter 20 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monika, Rolley. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henri Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal, Sherwood. Chapter number 20. A new aspirant. The attractive person who entered the atelier of our friend Morin with such scanty ceremony was not abashed by the cool reception vouchsafed to him, but gaily continued. "Hope I don't disturb you, I am sure. Go on, just as if I were not here. Is it possible? Can it be Mademoiselle Luciane, whom I see before me? What a happy chance it was which brought me this morning into the presence of the star of the Champs-Élysées. I beg 10,000 pardons for not recognizing you at once, but not expecting to see you, I really—" Then too the stranger added, "Your black dress misled me. It is amazingly becoming. However, should you wear it tonight on the stage, you would have a stupendous success." "I am in mourning, sir," answered Bonne-Marie gently. "Ah, 1,000 pardons, mademoiselle, excuse me, I beg of you. I am a great simpleton." "He need not to have told us that," muttered the realist in the ear of his comrade. "I am a positive simpleton. I ought to have seen at once, mademoiselle, that you were in mourning." "Will you excuse me, sir?" interrupted Morin coldly. "We are at present much occupied. If you would kindly return in an hour's time, you would find me at leisure to attend to you and to learn from you the motive which induced you—" "The motive," interrupted the unknown, "the motive which brought me here is no secret. It was my sincere admiration for your superb talent, and the crocodile cast an insinuating glance at Bonne-Marie that was intended to show her, and her alone, that he was not speaking the truth. You remember me, I trust, my dear sir, and remember the day that Morisset presented us to each other?" Morin bowed indifferently. "He said to me today, 'Look here, Melunard, you have a father who is a millionaire.'" Here Melunard glanced again at the girl to see the effect he produced. "Shall I tell you how to get rid of a small portion of his money? Buy one of Morin's pictures. Morisset's advice, my dear fellow, is not always as good as this. Consequently, I am here." "Monsieur Morisset is most kind to remember me," answered the artist. "Oh, he knows your talent better than you do yourself. I say that because your modesty prevents you from appreciating your talents as you should do. True talent is the last to recognize itself." Morin, whose best friends never compared him to the violet, and who in no way merited this eulogy, asked himself if Melunard was not laughing at him. But he soon satisfied himself that he was not. Melunard was simply repeating a phrase he had heard somewhere recently. "You are very flattering," said the artist merely, because he felt he must say something. "Not at all, not at all. But I have come to purchase a canvas that bears the imprint of your name and talent." Morin's two friends, who had listened attentively to this conversation, now rose and noiselessly withdrew. "At this precise time I have no pictures on hand," he answered so coldly that Bonne-Marie looked up in surprise. "Then you can paint me one. One with trees and things, like, what's his name's? The man, I mean, who paints mountebanks." "I never paint mountebanks," Morin answered as he touched his palette with the point of his brush. This movement drew Melonard's attention. He put his glass to his eye. "Oh, perfect! Delicious!" he said, showing all his teeth. "The living, breathing image of Mademoiselle Luciane. It looks as if she were about to speak. No, to sing rather." And he laughed at his own wit as he twisted the silk cord that held his glass. Morin, by this time utterly out of temper, tried colour after colour without finding one to suit him. He did not dare look at Luciane, lest he should discover that the intruder was welcome to her. Was it not possible that she had told him to meet her here? At this thought he angrily bandaged his brush in the air, and then, as quick as thought, painted into the portrait of Bonne-Marie, which as yet was little more than a sketch, the heavy moustache of an Hungarian officer. "I like the portrait this way, what do you say?" asked the painter, turning towards his visitor. The young girl, annoyed and disturbed, had relapsed into profound silence, and was examining with her eyes the more distant objects in the room. As she was at some little distance, she had not seen what Morin had done, nor could she understand the meaning of his question. The only thing she really grasped was the amazement of the simpleton before her. He, not knowing what to make of this bizarre act of the young artist, stood with his mouth wide open and his eyes fixed. His small head and slender neck were protruded from his low-cut collar, which seemed to retreat like the waves when the tide is going out, while his glass dangled at the end of his stiff and immovable forefinger. Bonne-Marie, already nervous and unstrung, was seized by a wild impulse to laugh. She sank into an armchair, threw her head back, and the atelier rang with her clear, rippling laughter, which in the end so charmed the artist and even Melonard, its object, that they both joined in it. "Delicious," said Melonard after a few moments, "delicious, but really, you see, my dear sir," began Morin, reassured by Bonne-Marie's laughter, "I am nervous as I am apt to be when I am disturbed at my work. I beg 10,000 pardons, I am really mortified. But you will paint my picture, will you not? And you will allow me to come occasionally and see how it is getting on? I trust I may sometimes have the very great pleasure of meeting Mademoiselle here, and we shall have charming little family parties in that way," muttered Morin. "Suppose we ask the concierge to come too, with her mending, and bring her cat, and then we might cook a few chestnuts at the stove. No, my good sir, I do not work like that. I do not paint by the hour." Melonard, in utter silence, received this avalanche of words, much as trees bear the blows of the poles that knock down their nuts. He merely gathered that Morin did not choose to let him see Luciane in his studio, and he therefore determined to see her elsewhere. "I regret, my dear sir," he exclaimed, trying to effect what is known as a good retreat, "that you had no picture for sale. I would have given a good price, say 1,500 francs for a landscape." "With mountebanks," interrupted Morin. "I do not insist on the mountebanks, however." "Nor I either," said the artist as he gave a finishing touch to the moustache on the portrait. "Well then, why?" "Simply," said the artist hastily, "because I do not paint pictures to order. Call at the atelier on my left or the other on my right. They will do anything you wish. I can only regret that I have allowed you to waste your time." "Oh, not at all," answered Melonard naively. "I had nothing else to do." Bonne-Marie had the greatest difficulty in restraining another fit of nervous laughter as she met Morin's eyes. This most inopportune guest had at last made up his mind to depart, and as he went out, said with a most irresistible smile and bow addressed to Luciane, "I will come in again on some other occasion, as you seem—" "Oh, it is not at all worth while," answered Morin with the most exquisite politeness. "It is always the same way with me." And closing his door on this patron of the fine arts, the young painter pushed the bolt and went back to his model. Bonne-Marie now laughed heartily and without restraint. She laughed until the tears stood in her eyes, and Morin was singularly moved by this gaiety, which was that of a pure and innocent child. "It is good to see you laugh," he said as he took his seat on the edge of the platform. "You are like a happy child who goes to Guignol for the first time." Guignol appeared to the young girl so happy a comparison in connection with the man who had just gone out, that she laughed again. Finally, she succeeded in checking herself, somewhat ashamed of such inconsiderate mirth in the presence of a stranger, an artist, and a man of celebrity. "But what did you do to my portrait to astonish that gentleman to such a degree?" she asked. "I will show you," he answered with a smile. She started forward, but he detained her. "There is plenty of time," he said. "Sit still a few moments. It is so delicious to have gotten rid of that vapid fool. Our laugh together has made us old friends." "But you have not laughed, or so little that it amounts to nothing." "My mirth has been more silent than yours, possibly, but it was none the less sincere for all that. But tell me, are we not friends?" "I don't know," answered the young girl with some hesitation. It was growing late, and the atelier was invaded by that peculiar grey light which comes earlier in the day to studios than to other rooms, because of their north light. In this twilight the room looked larger, and the corners were vague and afar off. The girl shivered and rose hastily. "But it is pleasant here," said Morin, again detaining her. "Yes, it is pleasant, but I must go. It is growing late." "Luciane," said the young man, taking her hand, "stay, for I love you." Bonne-Marie's heart beat wildly under the folds of her black dress. She waited, willing to hear more. "I love you," repeated Morin. "Will you not love me a little in return?" "I do not know," she replied, guarded by the double prudence of a woman and a native of Normandy. "Will you try?" asked the young man, possessing himself of her other hand. "When we know each other better," answered the girl, disengaging herself, and in the twinkling of an eye putting on her wrap and hat. "Au revoir," she said to Morin, extending her hand as she stood on the threshold. "Will you stay a while tomorrow?" he answered, awakening from his dream. "No," she said, shaking her head smilingly. She said no, but Morin thought she meant yes. Why was she so different from all the other women of her class whom he had known, none of whom would have refused to linger for another hour in the soft obscurity of his dusky studio? One and all would have begun by refusing, and then they would have remained. The next day it rained. The sad cold light streamed in at the high window of the studio, bringing with it a sensation of cold. Morin's two neighbors were as usual lounged on an interminable discussion. The artist thought of going to call on the young girl, but a certain feeling restrained him. He was unwilling to allow her to suppose that he felt the necessity of seeing her every day. As the rain continued for nearly a week, the sitting seemed to have come to an untimely end. The painter therefore made up his mind one evening to go to the concert room of the Café. End of chapter 20. Recording by Monika Rolley.
Chapter 21 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 21. Wars and Rumors of Wars. Already the dead leaves lay in heaps under the box and privet hedges, where they had been whirled by the autumnal gusts, and every morning a squad of men with brooms had the greatest difficulty in clearing the Champs-Élysées. Winter was near at hand, and the gay room in the open air, so cool and fresh with the milky globes which seemed to surround it like the setting of a jewel, must be abandoned. Some hall must be discovered in the centre of Paris, where the fumes of tobacco deadened the air already exhausted by the innumerable gas burners. This had been under due discussion during the day, and Bonne-Marie had felt her heart fail her at the prospect. To her, after the free, out-of-door life to which she had been accustomed, the close atmosphere of the stifling rooms was a veritable penance. Once, when she had with difficulty obtained an hour of freedom, she had gone with Clothilde to the theatre, and was more bewildered and uncomfortable than pleased, which charmed her friend, who called her from that time the pretty savage. The evening that Maureen decided to go to the café, the concert troupe was in a great state of excitement. They had just been informed that the manager had taken one of the finest halls in Paris, and looked forward to a splendid season. At the end of September, that is, almost at once, they would emigrate, and a new repertoire would enchant their old public, while the old one would charm the ears of an audience who would not fail to fill the room night after night. A very important position was given to Mademoiselle Luciane, in the new arrangement, Morissette having wisely said to himself, "I pay her an enormous salary, and must get my money back at least." This was not altogether agreeable to other members of the troupe, and while Bonne-Marie naturally accepted with joy every opportunity of appearing on the stage, and being welcomed with applause, the other singers, seeing themselves cast into the shade, amused themselves in grumbling at the manager, and in saying very hateful things of this comparatively new member of their troupe. Clothilde, who at first had defended her, ended by going over to the camp of the enemy, for that morning Morissette, without notifying her or anyone else, had placed Luciane's name in large letters at the top of the placard. There was a grand revolution. The manager bore the first assault with unflinching courage. He was accustomed to such scenes, for he had seen plenty of them in his troubled career. Evening came. Bonne-Marie, perfectly unsuspicious, and not having seen the placard, found herself greeted by a storm of epigrams, some as coarse as they were cutting. Her new-born Parisian acuteness was not as yet sufficiently developed to enable her to grasp the full meaning of all she heard. She understood half, however, and guessed the rest. Calm and dignified, pale with indignation and burning contempt, she submitted quietly to all this sarcasm, and feigned not to understand it. Her coldness and self-possession piqued her companions, and the women sought to engage their adorers in the contest. But the men were too wise to commit themselves, for Luciane was very pretty, and it was not worth while to quarrel with her, for who could say what might happen? In the midst of all this, Malinard came in. If he had been desirous of knowing Bonne-Marie, it was because Clothilde herself had inspired him with the desire. Clothilde was one of those women, of which there are many, who never can keep anything to themselves. Malinard, who had recently become her best and most intimate friend, had heard her utter the most extravagant eulogiums on Mademoiselle Luciane, the result of which was that Luciane, whom he hardly knew by sight, seemed to him more attractive than Clothilde herself. And then there was still another reason for his sudden change. Clothilde was horribly extravagant, while Luciane seemed very quiet and inclined to be economical. Now Malinard, although rich, was a young man who kept a very sharp lookout for his own interests. When Moria entered the concert hall, Clothilde was singing. Malinard, sleeping on a rickety console table, was pouring gallant speeches into Bonne-Marie's ears, who hardly heard them. Some subtle association had carried her back to Almonville, and she was thinking of her long, solitary walks on the seashore, of all her ambitions, dreams, and hopes, and of him who had suddenly appeared on her horizon, and who opened the pathway to her of fortune and happiness. Her dream was not yet realized. Morin loved her, but he did not love her enough to make her forget all the bitterness of life. Tired of the monotonous flow of Malinard's words, she turned towards him to answer with some jesting remark that would show him that this was the case, when as she lifted her eyes she saw Maureen on the threshold. The young girl's heart beat more quickly with an emotion that almost overpowered her with the superstition natural to those in love, and also to many who are not. She regarded this sudden apparition of this young man a direct reply of Providence to the questions that she had just been asking herself. Yes, she would be happy yet. The expression of joy on that fair face ought to have softened a very stern judge, but Clothilde, who at that moment appeared by the other door, was no judge whatever. Seeing that Mellinard was leaning over her friend in an attitude of adoration, and catching a glimpse of the look of joy in the girl's eyes, she believed herself betrayed. Folding her beautiful arms over her goddess-like bust, she exclaimed, "Upon my word, this is delightful! It is not enough, it seems, to take my place on the placard, but you must also take my friend's." The other persons who were present turned around, delighted to see a nice little quarrel well started between two rival stars. They had been in a perpetual state of wonder that they had so long lived in harmony. "Your friends?" replied Bonne-Marie, vexed at hearing herself addressed with such scanty ceremony in the presence of Morin. "Your friends? I was not aware that you knew this gentleman." "You are too virtuous, perhaps, to know such things," answered Clothilde. "But your pretence of excessive virtue deceives no one. No one at all, do you understand?" "When we begin to talk of virtue," answered Bonne-Marie coldly, "I have nothing more to say. Yours brings you an income, while mine places me in debt. There is little family likeness in such virtues." A shout of laughter was heard on all sides. "Luciane!" cried the call-boy. "Luciane, you are wanted!" Bonne-Marie rose hastily, but she had the whole length of the foyer to pass, and she could not avoid hearing her ex-friend's last insult. "When a woman is virtuous, she prefers to remain in the country than to make her appearance as a singer in a casino. That is my opinion, and I say only what everyone else thinks." Thereupon Clothilde made a scene with Mellinard, who, with a hang-dog expression and dangling eyeglass, wished himself anywhere but where he was. Morin heard all this in silence. Clothilde's friendship was not a brevet of virtue for Bonne-Marie, but her hatred was even less so. Besides, she insinuated that she had known for a long time much that she did not choose to say. Those ambiguous words, however, did not pain the young man. Had he never regarded Luciane as a Vestal, although she seemed to him better educated, more intelligent, and infinitely more original than any of the other women of her class? What did it matter to him whether she had or had not had any adventures? He was not in search of a wife. After this apostrophe of Clothilde's, he went out calmly and posted himself at the door. Bonne-Marie, after singing, disappeared among the crowd of visitors in the foyer, and hurried away to change her dress. She dreaded to meet Morin while she was smarting under the words she had heard. Would he believe them? She asked herself. How could she exculpate herself? Anxious, unhappy, cut to the heart, sick to death of all this petty jealousy and discord, she asked for but one thing — solitude, where she might hope to recover her lost serenity. End of chapter 21. Recording by Susannah Mason.
Chapter 22 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 22. Quarrels and Insults. When she was again dressed in her simple black walking costume, she threw a veil over her hat, and passed through the door devoted to the use of the concert troupe. As she, with lowered head, caring only to avoid every eye, passed hurriedly along, she felt her hand seized and drawn through an arm, and turning hastily to see who dared treat her with so little ceremony, she saw Morin. She made no objections, but let him do as he would. They walked on for some minutes in profound silence. Morin held Bonne-Marie's arm pressed against his heart, and she felt herself almost borne along by his masterful strength. Her heart was very full. It was so delicious to have a master, and to feel that she was no longer alone in the world, a world so full of disappointments, jealousies, and angry suspicions. "What was Mellinard saying to you?" suddenly asked the young painter.
In the last half hour his love for Bonne-Marie had taken a strong start. Before it had been a momentary caprice, but since he had heard her insulted, it had developed into a passion, and he had become suddenly jealous, not of a past in which he counted for nothing, but of a present where he wished to reign and conquer. "I do not know what he said, some foolish thing or another," answered Bonne-Marie. "But Clothilde, did you hear Clothilde? I thought she loved me." And Bonne-Marie's heart swelled to bursting while the tears stood in her eyes. "Do women ever love each other?" asked Morin philosophically. "That idea is a delusion and a snare." "But I love her very dearly," said Bonne-Marie with a sob. "You do a very unwise thing, then." "But she has been very kind to me." "Not for your own sake entirely, you may wager your life. When she has done you a kindness, it was for the purpose of doing harm to someone else." "Do you really think so?" asked Bonne-Marie aghast. "I know it. She was afraid an old rival of hers would be engaged by Mauressat, and managed matters in a way that you took the place which would otherwise have been hers." "How could you possibly know this?" asked the young girl. Morin had the best reason in the world for not answering this question, as he wished to stand high in Bonne-Marie's good graces. He could not lie altogether either, therefore he answered, "One of her most intimate friends told me so. I am as certain of it as it were myself whom Clothilde had told." Bonne-Marie walked along with her eyes riveted on the pavement. It was raining a little, a very little, one of those gentle autumnal showers which are as brief and soft as those in the spring, and do not demand an umbrella. The atmosphere was exquisitely fresh. "Ah, and this is friendship," thought the girl half audibly. "No," answered Morin, "this is not friendship. It is only its lying semblance." Bonne-Marie involuntarily thought of Jean Baptiste, who had for her a vastly different friendship from that of Clothilde, but his friendship again was something more. It was love. Morin, too, seemed to love her, and his love was sweet and consoling. She did not speak. "This Melinard is an absolute idiot," said Morin, who wished to bring affairs to a crisis. "Yes, and how foolish he looked when he saw Clothilde come in. I recognized in him only one good quality." "Melinard, a good quality? Pray tell me what it is, for I confess I have yet failed to discover that he has one." "That of having had sense enough to wish to buy one of your pictures." Morin laughed heartily. "But it was not for that he came, you know very well. It was on your account." Bonne-Marie lifted her surprised and innocent eyes to his. "He is the most tiresome person in the world," she said with a sigh. "But tell me, are you so rich that you could refuse to sell him a picture?" "I am not at all rich. I manage to live from day to day, that is all. But when I have finished your portrait, it will be quite another thing." "Then do you mean that I can be of use to you?" Morin smiled and pressed his companion's arm more closely to his heart. "I count on you to make my fortune," he answered. "We will go down to posterity together." "He is not rich," thought Bonne-Marie, "and yet he refused 1,500 francs because I was there. How disinterested!" "Tell me," urged Morin, "shall we go down to posterity together?" "If you desire it," answered the girl softly, in great agitation, troubled by the sense she gave to these words. They walked slowly on for another square. "I love you, Luciane," resumed the painter suddenly. "I love you to such a degree that I am ready to commit any absurdity for your sake. When that idiot was leaning over you and whispering in your ear, I was inclined to knock him down. You do not love Melinard, then?" "Love him? What folly!" "The other day, when he came to my studio in such an odd way, I thought you allowed it, or even desired it." Bonne-Marie opened her lips hastily. "It is jealousy, I know," he continued. "There is nothing, too, more utterly foolish than jealousy, and when I am under the influence of that passion, I can be weaker and more idiotic than Melinard." The girl smiled faintly. Their eyes met. They walked more slowly through the deserted streets he had especially selected. The rain was falling faster, and the badly lighted streets were nearly deserted. and the hour too was growing late. Morin determined to avail himself of this opportunity. "You know," he said, "how pleasant it is in my studio, but you cannot know how sweet it is for me to hear the rustle of a woman's dress, to feel her arms on the back of my chair, and know that she is looking at my work with me. Imagine the joy of having my pretty model before my eyes at all hours, times, and seasons, to paint when I was in the humor, when I felt the inspiration, and not when the hands of the clock point to 2 o'clock, or only from 2 to 4. Think what it would be, Luciane, to hear you sing for me alone." "My name is not Luciane," said the young girl, suddenly. "I am called Bonne-Marie." "Bonne-Marie! That is infinitely prettier," cried Morin. "It is poetical and fantastic. Whence comes this charming name?" "It is a name common at La Hague." Morin did not even know where La Hague was, and she explained it to him. Almost unconscious that he was doing so, the young singer described her wild, strange country. Almost unconscious that she was doing so, the young singer described her wild, strange country, and then went to speak of herself, of her childhood, and of all her youthful dreams. A strange longing to tell him all about herself carried her away. It seemed as if she had determined before Morin uttered the irrevocable words, that he should know all that was in her power to tell him in regard to herself. But he had no corresponding desire. He loved her in the present only, and cared little for anything else. But he listened nevertheless in delighted surprise at so much poetry in this café singer, and also by the elevated sentiments she expressed. What a charming companion I should have, and what a delicious winter we might pass. By this time they had reached Bonne-Marie's door. She had stood still and waited for words that came not. He moved forward to go in with her. "No, no," she said. "You are right," mused Morin. "It is never wise to incur the risk of being uselessly compromised. Tomorrow, then, I shall expect you at the studio." "Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow," said Bonne-Marie gently. He extended his hand, she laid her own slender fingers lightly within it, and he held them silently and closely. Bonne-Marie was also silent. The girl was intensely happy. The happiness so long dreamed of was now close at hand. The happiness of being beloved by a man of whom she could be proud, whose manners and words were elegant and refined, whose mind was cultivated, and whose name was destined to be famous. She dreamed of a charming home, surrounded by flowers and sculptures, velvety carpets and ample curtains. Morin had drawn her towards him. The street was empty, and the rain was falling quietly and persistently. He leaned toward her and pressed a kiss on her hair, all shining with tiny drops of rain. She submitted, for this fleeting caress was very dear and precious, but she summoned all her strength. "Tomorrow," she repeated. She pushed open the door, which was never bolted until 11, and flew up to her room on the 4th floor. As soon as she went in, she opened the window and looked out. The shadow of Louis Morin was clearly defined on the shining pavement. Indifferent to the weather, he walked off with a slight step, as if he was the happiest of men, without a care in the world. He loves me, and, added Bonne-Marie, I love him with my whole heart." And the girl was half frightened as she realized how this love was gaining possession of her whole nature. She closed her window and lighted her candle, and, seated in a low chair, she meditated long and earnestly. The cracking of the glass at the base of the burnt-out candle aroused her, hours later, for time had seemed very short to her in the wakening dreams in which she had been absorbed. "No," she murmured as she rose with a shiver from her chair. "It is not remorse for a woman to love as I love him. Not, at least, if it be her husband whom she adores." She was soon asleep, a light sleep, during which her soul seemed to preserve a consciousness of her profound happiness. End of chapter 22. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 23 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 23. Hopes. The next day was as balmy as if it were April. Over the sky, of the clearest possible blue, drifted white and fleecy clouds. Occasionally came a dark grey mass. The clouds moved hurriedly along, driven towards the northeast by a clear, fresh wind. Not so quickly, however, as to spare the Parisians more than one brief shower, speedily followed, however, by radiant sunshine. Bonne-Marie rose early, and having arranged all about her with that care and order which were all part of her character, occupied herself with her toilette. Her simple black dress did not admit of any very great variety of combinations, but the plain linen collar, the knots of black ribbons at the throat and wrist, the black velvet which held the braids of her magnificent hair, were all received the most careful attention. At last, dressed and ready long before the appointed hour, she thought of her breakfast. A bit of bread and a glass of milk were all she could swallow, and this was a concession to established customs rather than because she wanted anything. A little later than the time agreed upon, for in her dread lest she should arrive too soon, she went to the other extreme and was late. Bonne-Marie entered the atelier. Morin was also dressed with care and attention. His most becoming cravat was negligently knotted, and his gorgeous bouquets of superb autumnal flowers blazed in his studio. He was much less talkative than usual. It is true the love he felt for the fair singer was very different from that which she felt for him. Nevertheless, the young man was more interested than he had been for years. The simple confidences made by Bonne-Marie the evening before had shown him a nature far above the commonplace. He saw now that this girl was unlike any other woman he had ever known, but this conviction did not give him any idea of what she really was, an honest creature led away by ambition, and placed in an unhealthy atmosphere whose baseness she in no degree suspected. When she entered the room, Bonne-Marie laid aside her hat, and at once ascended the platform and took her seat. Morin made no objection. A little time was necessary to both, that they might control their emotions somewhat. For 15 minutes the young man painted assiduously, and Bonne-Marie bore his eyes, which went from her face to the canvas, and from the canvas back to her face, in the most unflinching manner and unbroken silence. "And your friends?" she asked at last, feeling that the painter's attention was gradually fixing itself on her rather than the picture he was painting.
"They are not coming today. Are we not happy here alone?"
Silence again fell on the atelier. After a little while Morin made a sign to Bonne-Marie. "Come and look," he said. The young girl obeyed and went to the easel. Yes, Morin had spoken well when he said that this portrait would be his chef d'oeuvre. Agitation and excitement had imparted to the portrait that dash of ideality to which up to that time it had lacked. Luciane, for it was not Bonne-Marie alone, it was the singer transfigured by the joy of success. Luciane lived on this canvas. Her deep blue eyes seemed to be looking into the space from which she drew the inspiration with which she sang. Her fair skin with its pearly lights, her masses of blonde hair and magnificent arms were all there. It was Bonne-Marie, certainly, but it was Bonne-Marie as she would be in a few years if she lost nothing of her purity, and if, instead of returning to her village home, she continued to elevate herself towards the ideal of art. "It is beautiful," said the young girl softly, breathless before this image of herself which she hardly dared call by her own name. "You are satisfied with it?" asked the painter, approaching her very closely. She looked at him with her whole soul in her eyes. "I will do better than that," resumed Morin. "I will paint another portrait of you," he added as he led Bonne-Marie towards the small sofa. She seated herself, and he held her hand. After a few moments, while the young girl heard her heart beat so tumultuously that it seemed to her that Morin must hear it also, she, without lifting her eyes, said to him, "Have you a mother?" "Yes," answered Morin briefly. One of his first rules in life was, never to speak of his family to his studio acquaintances, either men or women. This selfish fellow had a certain affection for his old home and fireside, although he never went near it. But the small provincial town where his mother and sisters vegetated was at such a distance from this all-absorbing Paris. Each year he talked of going to them in the heat of summer. "I am motherless," said Bonne-Marie softly. You are beautiful, answered Morin, hardly hearing what she had said. You love me, and I am certain that we shall be the happiest people in the world. Love and happiness were the words she constantly heard, but why did he say nothing of marriage? The girl felt sick at heart. It seemed to her she was choking. She turned her plaintive eyes towards the artist. He misunderstood their expression. You have suffered, my poor child, he said as he slipped his arm round her waist. Bonne-Marie made no resistance. Indeed, so entirely was she absorbed in listening for the words she longed to hear that she hardly knew it. Men are selfish, and men are wicked, continued the young artist. But my love has neither of those qualities. Mine will never wound you, and there is nothing of the tyrant in my nature, as you will soon see. Bonne-Marie did not speak. One by one, all the fair hopes that had grown and blossomed in the last few weeks fell like the dead leaves which the autumnal wind blew against the window from the garden. The garden so fresh and gay, so short a time before, and now so cold and mournful under the shadow of grey clouds which had obscured the sun. Morin became, all at once, very anxious. Before possessing himself further of the girl's affections, he determined to ascertain all the particulars of her fall. The fall from virtue, which of course must have been the reason of her coming to Paris. Was it some vulgar rustic who had betrayed her, or some man like himself who had met her on the Normandy sands? He deserted you, then? He asked the girl in a soothing, tender voice. Who? She asked with a start of pain and surprise, for she felt a vague presentiment of evil. He whom you loved, before you came here, I mean. I never loved anyone, she answered, rising hastily from her seat. No one, no one, she repeated with a look of anguish directed towards the sky, where the swift clouds, banking up, reminded her of the sudden tempests of her own land. So much the better, then, resumed Morin, as he took her hand to draw her back to her seat at his side. He thought she merely meant to say that she had learned when it was too late that she had never really loved the man for whose sake she had left her village. You will love me all the better now, my dearest, for you do love me, do you not? Yes, I love you, she answered, her tender eyes full of pained surprise, as she looked at him. I love you far more than I wish I did. Why this sadness, Luciane? Is not life full of pleasant things? Let us not look back on a past that is sad, but think only of the future that opens rosy before us. The future, repeated Bonne-Marie, but the future is so uncertain. People die and are married. She stopped short with half-parted lips, waiting, apparently, for a reply. Oh, replied Morin lightly, when I marry, if I ever marry at all, it will be so many years from now that it is not worth while speaking of it. A faint sigh was heard through the absolute silence of the studio. Bonne-Marie had foreseen this cruel reply, and had armed herself to support it with courage. She succeeded. Her dream was shattered, and the ruins seemed about to swallow her up, but her indomitable pride gave her strength. You love me? She said, her sweet voice trembling slightly, for this hour was one of the most cruel of a life that had known much sorrow. I adore you, Luciane, or Bonne-Marie, rather, answered the painter enthusiastically. Have you ever loved anyone but me? The girl asked with sad sweetness. Jealous already, and of the past too, Morin answered with a smile. Answer me, the girl repeated. Come now, Luciane, let us be serious. Do you suppose a man reaches my age without having left a little of his fleece on the briars? But, she said slowly, it is not quite fair, for I have never loved anyone but yourself. Morin thought this scene was becoming somewhat monotonous, but stifling his growing ennui, he tried to take Bonne-Marie in his arms. She drew back, more in sorrow than in anger. I am a poor girl, she said slowly, without friends and without fortune. I was led here by ambition. I wished to marry above my sphere and be rich. I see now that I have made a terrible mistake. But I do not intend to be guilty of more than this. No man has ever touched my lips, and here Morin, vexed by the tone which this interview, begun so well, now assumed, made a little gesture which the girl understood only too well. You do not believe me, I see," she said sadly. "And yet I do not know what I have done to deserve your bad opinion." "But, my child," urged Morin, trying to soothe her, "I have not a bad opinion of you. On the contrary." "But you believe I have had a lover!" cried the girl, in passionate indignation. "Confound it all!" muttered Morin. "And you wish to take his place?" "Listen to me, mademoiselle," said the young man, considerably out of patience, rising in his turn and taking a few rapid strides up and down the studio. "We have nothing to do with all this," he continued. "I met you in a place where certainly morality is not too rigid, if you will allow me to say so. I have spoken to you as men speak to women in such places, with more respect, I admit, than is altogether the rule. You inspired me with sentiments which I believe to be lasting, and know to be sincere. Now, what on earth does it matter what I think and believe of your past, when I tell you in all frankness that I adore you, and wish to make you love me?" "You are right, sir," said Bonne-Marie with lowered head. "It was I who was in the wrong to take the stage of a café concert for a pedestal." She took up her hat, which she had tossed on a chair, and put it on hastily. "Luciane," exclaimed Morin, "I beg of you to lay aside this childishness. I adore you. I cannot live without you." "I love you," answered Bonne-Marie, in a choked voice, and with tears in her eyes. "I love you with all my heart and with all my strength, but I shall never give myself to any man but my husband. Farewell. You will never know how I have loved you." She opened the door. "Her husband," thought the young man. "She must be mad." "Luciane!" he exclaimed, rushing toward her. She waved him back with such dignity that he stood as if petrified. "Respect her whom you do not wish to marry," she said coldly. "Think of me sometimes. I have had some happy hours here." Her voice broke, and Bonne-Marie looked around the studio so carefully arranged for her visit. She saw the easel from which her picture smiled, all those objects now so familiar, and with which she had associated so many a dream of happiness. Then she turned again towards Morin, who stood gnawing his moustache, not knowing what to say. "Yes, I have loved you," she repeated, with the desperate frankness of one who is dying and who cares for nothing more in this world. "No one will ever love you as much again. I have loved you as a woman loves a man whom she is ready to consecrate her life. Not thus have you loved me." "Luciane!" cried Morin, rushing toward her. "Adieu!" she repeated, and the door closed upon her. To rush down the stairs after her, to overtake her in the courtyard before the eyes of all the neighbors and the concierge, was to expose her and himself to infinite ridicule, and Morin was especially sensitive to ridicule. In fact, he feared nothing in the world half so much. He did not cross his threshold, nor make any attempt to follow her therefore, the more too that a tremendous shower at that moment dashed against his window. End of chapter 23. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 24 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 24. A Surprise. Louis Morin's feelings while he roamed restlessly up and down his studio, and the rain thundered on his roof and poured down the gutters past his window, were not especially agreeable or comforting. He was by no means proud of his conduct towards Luciane, but then her pretensions were so utterly absurd. "Marry her!" said the young man, kicking over a chair, and then a footstool, which were in his path. "I hardly know her. That is to say, I know nothing about her, whence she came, nor even how she came. It is possible she tells the truth, and that she has never loved anyone, and yet Clothilde told me only the other day that she had a story. No, no, she is a mere adventuress, and hopes to make me marry her yet." If Louis Morin had thought for a moment, he could have seen that were Luciane an adventuress, her aims were not very high in choosing him for a victim, inasmuch as he was neither prince nor millionaire, and for a beautiful creature like that, who, if she were what he supposed, must estimate her beauty at its full value, to throw herself at the head of a painter, without any special reputation or fortune, and who was in all probability exiled for ever from the Academy. It must be that some little love and disinterestedness were involved. Finally, some dim idea of this truth penetrated his selfish heart and brain, for he said aloud at last, as if in conclusion of all his meditations, "It can't be helped. She may be right, but all the same men don't take their wives from the boards of a café concert." Having settled the difference between himself and his conscience by this decision, he went towards Bonne-Marie's portrait, which he stood and examined in spite of the waning light. Unconsciously influenced by the idea he had just announced, his imagination converted the dreamy, poetical face of this portrait into another, bolder and sensual. The lovely eyes were enlarged by a little India ink, grew cold and hard. The lips were painted. Luciane was no longer the Bonne-Marie whom he had depicted. She was a beautiful woman, audacious and piquant. "No, no, men do not take their wives from the boards of a café concert," he repeated as he dressed for dinner. As the evening wore on, Morin was seized with a strong desire to go and hear Luciane sing. He said to himself that it was hard for the poor girl, after a day like this, to be compelled to appear that evening, for, although he thought her extremely bold and presuming in attacking his dearly loved bachelor liberty, he was yet quite conscious of her many great merits, and he realized her entire sincerity. She had said farewell in a tone which he never heard before from human lips, a tone of almost despair, and suddenly he recalled the lines of one of the ballads he had heard her sing so often, the one in which she had in fact achieved her first success. J'ai quitté ma soeur en Brecourt pour venir dans la grande ville. And the rich velvety tones of her touching voice stirred the innermost depths of his heart, and reproached him for his selfishness and hardness, for all the faults which belonged to him as a man of the world. He was unwilling to yield to his desire, however, for to return to the casino was to prove to Luciane that he had not the strength to stay away, and that he feared to lose her. Now, has it not been asserted that he who stands firm the longest and yields last is the stronger of the two? In marriage it may be different, but Morin had nothing to do with marriage. Therefore he stood firm until 10:30, and then, as by the merest accident be it understood, he found himself on the Champs-Élysées. He made the judicious reflection that nothing was easier than for him to see Luciane, and she not to see him, as he need not take a seat, but could keep in the centre of the crowd. The rain had ceased to fall, the wind had gone down, but it was very cold, and Morin shivered at the thought that Luciane was at that moment probably exposed to this keen air as she sang with uncovered shoulders. With an anxiety, therefore, that surprised himself, he entered the enclosure, which he found almost empty. The concert had closed almost an hour earlier than usual. "Why was that?" he asked of an acquaintance whom he met. "Because Luciane did not appear to sing tonight. Her absence was unexpected, and they had no one to supply the deficiency." "Luciane did not sing?" repeated Morin anxiously. "And why?" "No one knows, and there seems in fact to be a world of excitement about it. The manager has lost his head apparently, for they did not even make the usual announcement, in consequence of indisposition, etc. The audience were displeased, and they hissed and shouted." "You too?" "Oh, yes, I did my part. I am an old philosopher, but a little excitement stirs the blood and refreshes one sometimes." Morin heard no more. He crossed the Champs-Élysées and went directly to Luciane's house, so disturbed that he did not even think to take a carriage. He reached the door, but just as he was about to ring, he crossed the street and looked up at the windows. Luciane's were all black. One of them was open, and part of the white curtain was waving in the wind. This muslin troubled Morin. It seemed to him a sinister augury, and looked like feminine drapery suspended over some black abyss. He returned to the door and rang violently. "Mademoiselle Luciane," he said to the concierge. "She is gone," the woman answered sulkily. Where was the use of speaking politely to Luciane's visitors now? Gone? This was at least better than if the word "dead" had greeted Morin's ears, and so great had been his fears that this was an absolute relief. He choked a little, and then said in an indistinct voice, "Where has she gone?" "She did not tell me, sir. Would you kindly close that door as you go out, for a frightful draught blows through." Instead of departing in obedience to this polite dismissal, Morin went into the room and laid a 5-franc piece on the table before the concierge, saying as he did so, "You do not know where she is gone because she did not say, but you can at least tell me whether she went on foot or not." The sight of this shining silver piece annihilated, apparently, the frightful draught, for the old woman made no further allusion to it. "She went away in a carriage, sir," she replied in honeyed accents. "Had I known you would have cared to know, I could have easily heard the address she gave the coachman. The coachman took down her trunk, she paid all she owed, and went off as quietly as possible." "With her trunk," repeated Morin. "And at what hour was that?" 7:30, or it might have been 7:15. Morin reflected for a moment. She had gone, and it was to fly from him, of course. But, equally of course, it was a mere caprice. She would never leave her brilliant position and her enthusiastic public in this way, merely to annoy a lover who had displeased her. "Did she leave no letters?" Ah, this concierge did not know. But in the hope of another 5-franc piece, she proposed to go and see if Mademoiselle had left nothing in her apartment. Morin accepted this offer eagerly, and as she went up the staircase he followed, without any objection from her. The door of the apartment was swinging in the air from one open window, while the others rattled dismally. The old woman closed the door on account of the draught, and, drawing a match from her pocket, she rubbed it on the delicately tinted paper of the salon, and by this insufficient light looked for a candle. The candle was there, and faintly lighted the faded carpet and ordinary furniture Bonne-Marie had thought so pretty, when full of childish joy she first took possession of the place. Alas, it was clear that she was gone, and gone with no intention of return. The chest of drawers were empty and open. Bits of ribbon and an old glove or two, with some torn paper, were all that was left. There was no letter. They looked everywhere, even on the bed so carefully made. She evidently did not intend to be traced and followed. "It is very odd," muttered the concierge. "Very odd indeed, for before Mademoiselle Luciane came here there was a pretty little lady with eyelashes a yard long, and she did not go away without taking care to leave her address for more gentlemen than one." The coarse laugh of the concierge, the thought that the lady with eyelashes a yard long had once inhabited this room, which was to him like a chamber of death, cut to Morin's heart. He handed the woman another silver piece and went down the stairs with the greatest possible haste. He crossed the street again and looked up. The window was closed by the care of a concierge, and the curtain no longer flapped in the wind. It seemed to Morin that Bonne-Marie had gone entirely out of his life, which would henceforth be as monotonous and commonplace as it had been before he knew her. The young painter went slowly back to his room. End of chapter 24. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 25 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 25. Luciane's Letter. The studio was very dark. A gas burner turned down very low lighted it but dimly. Here and there in this shadow was a white outline. But Morin knew his way, and he threaded the wilderness of chairs and tables, and reached his own especial divan, as he dropped upon it. And as he dropped upon it, he remembered with a pang that she had sat there at his side that very morning. It was there she stood as she uttered that touching farewell, and he at the time had wilfully closed his eyes and ears to the truth that she loved him truly, so truly that she would not lose his respect, too truly to be only a passing intruder in the young man's life, and she was gone.
But I will find her again," murmured Morin, who never allowed a gloomy thought to remain in his mind long. "Tomorrow I cannot fail to find some trace of her." He turned to light the studio lamp that he might examine her portrait, but a strange reluctance withheld his hand. He was afraid of himself. "Tomorrow, by daylight," he said aloud. "One is braver when the sun shines." Next day he entered his atelier just as a letter was handed him. This letter came from Luciane. He knew it as soon as he saw it. The writing was very careful, like those of persons who write but rarely, but regard it as an act of the greatest importance. He opened it, read it, and sat motionless as if struck by some fatal blow. "You do not love me enough," said the young girl, "and I love you so much that I should end by despising myself. I am worthy of being the wife of an honest man, and I have never done anything to forfeit that right. I told you this, but you did not believe me. I was ambitious and wished to marry into a class far above that in which I was born, and where I should have been content. The means I took were unwise. I understand that now, since they cost me your esteem, but I did not know when I appeared on the stage of the concert room at the Cafés that I should pass for just that which I am not. Had you loved me enough, I should have made you a faithful and devoted wife. This, however, not being God's will, I return to my native village, which I shall never leave again. Do not try to find me, for even if you were to succeed, it would not be Luciane but Bonne-Marie you would meet, and it was not she but Luciane whom you loved. Luciane is dead, and will never sing again." The light rustle of a dry and withered leaf falling from a tree aroused the young painter. He went to the easel, lifted the green serge that covered the portrait, and looked at it with involuntary respect. Yes, Luciane was dead, and this portrait was all that remained of her. It was she, smiling, sweet and pale, her lips lightly parted with that wonderful expression which made her so marvellously beautiful as she sang. The semi-education of Bonne-Marie rendered her especially susceptible to the influence of these ballads. Their sentimental platitudes were not such to her, for she had not been accustomed, like most Parisians, to turn everything into a jest. She sang these simple verses with her whole heart and soul. She wept with those deceived and disappointed maidens, with anxious mothers, and with the betrothed of sailors and soldiers. All these sentiments, which are absurdly expressed in so many ballads of the day, assumed, when uttered by her lips, an expression of sincerity and reality that was very touching. Morin looked at this picture long and intently. He had painted her with lifelike reality, even to the hands, which were a little large and slightly red, and which he had not permitted her to glove, pretending not without reason that hands have a physiognomy as well as faces. The face, whose undercurrent of melancholy he had caught, seemed to him to have a resigned expression, which was new to him. No, he had not painted the triumphant singer as he had intended, but had depicted Bonne-Marie. Bonne-Marie, who had dreaded to lose his love and respect, and who had exiled herself on the day she knew the sad truth. His heart was full of bitter regret and self-reproach. He realized his brutality of the previous day. He knew he had wounded his pride, and the self-respect, and the heart of this young girl. But that he could ever know the depth of these wounds was quite impossible. For men constituted like himself are incapable of divining such mysteries. They only understand the wounds of the epidermis. But Morin understood that he had hurt her, that she pardoned him, and that he should see her no more. "It is my chef-d'oeuvre," he murmured as he regarded his work with artistic eyes and took up his palette to finish this head which was to give him a name. Poor Bonne-Marie! At this very moment she was weeping bitterly in a church at Cherbourg, which she had entered to shield herself from impertinent curiosity, while waiting for the hour to take the stage. She wept for the love she had lavished on Morin, love that had been so totally misunderstood and unappreciated. But she felt no anger and no desire for revenge. She was utterly crushed, but resigned. "It was my own work," she said, "the result of my own obstinacy, and I am rightly punished." End of chapter 25. Recording by Susannah Mason.
Chapter 26 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 26. The Return. It was quite late and very dark when the yellow stage halted at Amanville. One by one the passengers had been dropped along the road. No curious eyes had sought to penetrate the thick crape veil that covered Bonne-Marie's hat and face. Either voice or accent was so changed that the driver had not recognized her. She asked him to take care of her trunk until the next day. He consented, supposing her to be a city lady on a visit to some country friend, and Bonne-Marie found herself alone in the path that led to her father's little cottage. She opened the door with a trembling hand. 1,000 recollections brought tears to her eyes and a choking sensation to her throat, when the familiar air of the dwelling met her as she entered. Mechanically she found in the darkness the things she needed, but the wick of the antique lamp was dry, and there was no oil in the dusty can. She found a candle in her travelling bag and lighted it. "Ah!" she exclaimed aloud, as a great weight seemed to be lifted from her heart. "Ah! Why did I leave my dear home? Why did I dream of any other destiny? I am alone in the world." Tears streamed from her eyes. Alone, without lover, friends, or family. She threw her travelling cloak on the bed, and yielding to the despair that overwhelmed her, she sank on the hearthstone and laid her head on her father's armchair, and wept as if her very heart would break. Every evening before he went to his bed, when he was on the shore, Jean-Baptiste passed Bonne-Marie's home more than once. He would examine each window sadly, and then turn his face towards his own solitary dwelling, less sad at heart, for it was something to have seen the house. On the night of Bonne-Marie's arrival, he did as usual, and thought himself dreaming when he saw the lights in the lower room. He went closer and rubbed his eyes. Yes, the window was lighted, but for the peculiar situation of the house whose front faced the water, while Amanville lay in the rear, the whole village would have been unaware of this startling event. Jean-Baptiste had not much faith in ghosts, and yet it was with a certain superstitious terror that he lifted the latch. The door opened, and he saw the young girl kneeling in front of her father's chair. The nervous strength of the evening before, which had given her the courage to depart, had now deserted her. She was weeping, helplessly feeling herself a rudderless ship, driven on the shore in a tempest. She did not hear the latch, and Jean-Baptiste closed the door and stood silently looking at her. His face blazed with savage joy. "I knew it," he thought with an emotion that was almost vindictive. "I knew she would return with that haughty head bowed. We are not good enough for her. She wanted city people, and I fancy she does not like them as much as she did." Bonne-Marie wept on. Sobs shook her slender frame. She had ceased to struggle, and only wished that when her tears were exhausted she could fall on the hearthstone and sleep. Or die. To the first fierce joy of seeing her vanquished, succeeded in Jean-Baptiste's heart an intense pity for the poor girl. He said to himself that she would never take the trouble to rise from that spot, and he started forward to assist her. Bonne-Marie heard his footfall, and, much startled, lifted her head and recognized in that hale and hearty fisherman the friend of her childhood, he who had watched over her, with her father, from her earliest childhood. The joy of being no longer alone, of seeing that there was yet one friend left to her, gave her new life. She rushed towards him with half-extended arms, and fell on the sailor's breast like a bird who comes back to its nest. "You are here, then?" said the young man gravely. "You are here. Did they give you any harm?" "Jean-Baptiste," the girl murmured through her tears, "I have no one but you." "You have no one but me, but can I look on you as I did when you went away? If your father were living now, would you dare to look him in the eyes?" This was the second time in 2 days that this insulting doubt had been thrown in her face. Unconsciously to himself, Jean-Baptiste sat in judgment upon her. He had been sure that she would return eventually, but he had not expected her so soon, and his jealousy took precedence for the moment of his tenderness. But Bonne-Marie, not loving Jean-Baptiste, could defend herself. "If I had anything to blush for," she said, her tears suddenly ceasing to flow, "do you think I would have run to meet you? You were the last man I would have been willing to see." He folded his arms around her with an air of proprietorship. "I believe you,"
he said simply, "for you never lied to me." She disengaged herself from his embrace and seated herself in the great armchair, while he stood before her. How changed she was! And yet the change was indefinable. But the girl's air and manner seemed to create new barriers between them. Silence reigned in the dingy room, a silence first broken by Jean-Baptiste. "You are hungry and cold," he said, "and I am going to make you comfortable." He disappeared and presently returned bringing wood and his own supper. The fire soon blazed and crackled, warming the chilled walls and giving a more cheerful aspect to this sad dwelling. Bonne-Marie tried to eat something, but she could not. "You need sleep," he said. "I am going to make a fire for you above." He ran up the narrow staircase, and she heard him a moment later making a fire and arranging the furniture. She saw him go out several times and return, but her thorough exhaustion prevented her from troubling herself in regard to what he was doing. She felt she had drifted into port, and had found a friend, and this, for the moment, was quite enough. She did not need to look further. Finally Jean-Baptiste came to her, and lifted her as if she had been a child, and bore her to the room above, where he placed her in a chair. This cleanly room told of a young girl whose home it had long been. It told of a life of self-denial and poverty, and was in strong contrast to that which Bonne-Marie had just left. And yet how the sight of every familiar object went home to her heart. She thanked Jean-Baptiste softly. He said good night and withdrew. The fire burned with a joyous crackling sound. The window curtains had been hastily shaken clear of the dust that had accumulated. The pitcher was filled with fresh water, and the floor was swept. In a corner stood the trunk which he had gone to find. How good was the heart of this man whom she had repulsed and despised, and who had, notwithstanding, taken all that maternal care for her comfort. She was almost tempted to call him back and thank him, but she thought him far away, for she could not hear a sound. She opened her trunk, took out some few things she needed, and was soon lying on her couch, weary and heart-sore, and yet with a strange feeling of rest and security in her heart. End of chapter 26. Recording by Susannah Mason. Chapter 27 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 27. Home Again. The sun had been up some time when Bonne-Marie awoke the next morning, and this first awakening was very sweet. Her provincial nature, her instincts of a well-to-do peasant, had revolted against much of the shabbiness of her Parisian life. She hated cotton sheets, the thin, poor mattress, and the smell of dust in the furnished apartments. She now enjoyed the touch of the fresh linen sheets, the simple neatness of her room, and the delicious air that came in at the open window. There she was at home, and almost every one can understand the bliss of feeling one's self-proprietor on the floor one treads upon. She went downstairs. The fire was laid ready to light. A jug of fresh milk, a loaf of bread, and a plate of butter stood on the table. Jean-Baptiste had evidently desired to spare her the annoyance of going out, and answering the 1,000 questions which would be addressed her by curious neighbors. She looked around the room and was convinced that her friend had spent a portion, at least, of the night on the bed of the old smuggler, probably to be within the sound of her voice, should Bonne-Marie need anything. So much goodness, joined to so much delicacy, touched the girl's heart. Ah, why had it not been Jean Morin, whom she had loved? Why was it that this humble peasant had this large, kindly heart, and the elegant artist was without one? She had occasion to ask herself this question many times during the next few days. When forced to leave the shelter of her room, and obliged to face her little world, she heard curious questions. "And you are back again," said one. "The air of Paris does not agree with you, it seems, for you have lost your good looks, all of the color of your flesh. You have spent all your substance, I fancy." "No," answered the girl, "I have made a little money on the contrary, but I was homesick." She was only half believed, but as she was quiet and amiable, although a little haughty, as the people about her said, she was let alone and allowed to live in peace.
The most insulting surmises came to an end, when they saw the determination with which Bonne-Marie applied herself to finding work to do. "When your father was alive," they said to her, with that rough pity met with only in the country, "you had no need to work. But that was money, perhaps, that was none too honestly earned, while nowadays all you make with your 10 fingers need never bring a blush to your cheek." Bonne-Marie accepted all this in silence, all these coarse allusions, and the coarse work and insufficient wages. But this did not last long, for she soon began to make lingerie, caps and fichus for the ladies of the place, her always clean fingers having acquired new skill during her residence in Paris. She soon had more work than she could accomplish, when it was discovered that her work was as good as that done at Cherbourg, where some of the most exquisite things of that kind are done. Of course, everyone was curious to learn some details in regard to her life during the 4 months she had been away, but how were they to discover them? How could they shape their questions? They tried every means, intimations, hints, but all in vain. To all their questions came Bonne-Marie's invariable reply: "What could I do but sew as I do here?" And this was all the satisfaction that anyone could obtain. There was not a human being who had not tried this without success, with the exception of Jean Baptiste. One evening he came as usual to ask Bonne-Marie if she needed anything. She asked him to come in and sit down, and this was the first time he had done so since her return, for she had seemed so restless and uneasy in his presence that he did not care to linger. "You have never asked me," she said suddenly, "what I did well in Paris." Jean Baptiste shook his head. "What do I care?" he asked. "Nevertheless, you must know," continued the young girl, "and I wish you to know also why I came back." He did not speak. He had never asked Bonne-Marie a question, and yet he never entered her presence that one did not burn on his lips. In a very few words the girl made him understand what a café concert was, and the part that she had taken. Jean Baptiste had heard much of the theatre, and he readily grasped the meaning of what she said, but he remained silent. She then went on to tell him how she had made the acquaintance of the artist, and under what circumstances he had painted her portrait. "And this portrait, where is it?" asked the young fisherman. "He has it. It is full length, in a white dress." At the recollection of this portrait, the sole vestige of her transitory glory, a bright color flushed Bonne-Marie's pale cheek. She went on courageously, but it was with intense pain that she said in a low voice: "He told me that he loved me. That was all very well." "And you?" asked Jean Baptiste suddenly. "Did you love him?" The young girl hesitated a moment. "I loved him," she answered slowly. The young man's lips turned pale. "Go on," he said in a strange voice. "He loved me, but that was all. And you, who know me, know very well that I can only love my husband. He said not one word of marriage, and yet he was attentive to me for a long time. It was I who spoke of marriage to him." The young man's eyes quivered, but he did not remove them from those of Bonne-Marie. "He did not wish to marry me," she continued with trembling lips. "He wished me to be his mistress, but not his wife." "And then?" "Then I came away, and here I am," she answered simply. "You love him still?" asked Jean Baptiste without looking at her. "No, but I weep for him still." "You love him no longer then, are you sure?" "I am sure. I could not love a man who did not respect me. You know, Jean Baptiste, that I am not made of stuff like that." Bonne-Marie's wounded pride had killed her love, but the wound still bled. She had loved Morin from pride. She had fled from him through pride, and it was pride that enabled her to drive him from her heart. But it would be long ere she recovered all her former sweet serenity. "I know you are a true, good woman," answered the young man. "You see now how much these fine town gentlemen are worth. You have seen that their dainty words are not worth so much as our blunt peasant phrases. I told you, Bonne-Marie, that you would come back here, sick in body and soul, but your fate is far better than I feared, since you dare look the world in the face." A long silence ensued, and then the young man asked with some hesitation: "Why have you told me this?" "Because you are my only friend. and I felt that you had a right to know." "He has your portrait, you say?" "Yes." "And it looks like you?" "Not as you see me. My hair was dressed differently. Here I wear my linen caps, and there only my hair. No, it does not look like Bonne-Marie. It is like Luciane. That was my name then." Jean Baptiste was silent and thoughtful. Suddenly he looked up. "Well," he said, "Luciane is not Bonne-Marie, Paris is not Omonville, and it is a good distance away. Do they know that you came from here?" "No, nobody has my address." "Do they think you have gone to your home?" "I do not know what they think." "Very well," said the young man, "try and forget all this, and I will do the same." And he rose and departed without another word. End of chapter 27. Recording by Susannah Mason.
Chapter 28 of Bonne-Marie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susannah Mason. Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville. Translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Chapter 28. At last. When Bonne-Marie was alone, she sat with her head leaning on her hand, in a state of profound depression. Her brief recital had cost her many a pang. She had been impelled to undertake it, solely by the desire to raise herself in Jean Baptiste's opinion. She longed for his esteem. The good opinions of others was a necessity of her very existence, and it was to free herself from unmerited blame that she made this full confession. And it seemed to have been useless, for the young man did not appear to be in any degree influenced by it. She expressed more warmth, more cordiality of manner at once. She forgot that Jean Baptiste had much to think of, that a rival had suddenly appeared before him, and that he felt himself to be rejected and left out in the cold, and that the artist had been preferred. She was very sad for some weeks, and then this sadness deepened into melancholy. She would occasionally glance around her humble dwelling, and poor and plain as it was, she liked it better than the one in which she resided in the days of her fleeting opulence. The roar of the sea was pleasanter to her ears than the roar of carriages. Her present position, accepted with resignation at first as a well-merited chastisement, had now become very sweet to her, and she had learned to look back on her life in Paris as slavery itself. One evening late, the tide was coming in and breaking on the beach and against the high rocks with a deafening noise. Jean Baptiste was at sea, and she felt very anxious. He came home every night and found neither fire nor supper. His life was spent in solitude, either in his boat or in his home. She suddenly felt a great pity for him, and she ran to his dwelling, lighted his fire, and put his soup to heat, and then returned with a lighter heart to her own solitary cottage. An hour later she heard steps, but she had gone up to her room, and there being no light below, the steps gradually died away. Then she felt alone and forsaken all at once, and life seemed hard to bear. Suddenly she went to her trunk, opened it, and took out the white silk robe Luciane had worn when she sang, and applied herself to the self-appointed task of ripping it entirely apart. The laces and ribbons she had worn were laid with pieces of silk, and the whole finally rolled up in one close bundle. Then nothing was left of that which had embellished Luciane. The girl went to sleep with lashes wet with tears, with the feeling of a duty accomplished. The next morning at daybreak, when she went downstairs, she found Jean Baptiste in the lower room. All the houses in that village were, so to speak, always on the latch. Bolts and bars were unknown, crime was almost unknown there, and people went and came as they pleased among their neighbors. Bonne-Marie's heart beat quicker as she saw this young man. She recognized a new expression on his handsomely manly face. "Bonne-Marie," he said, "it is all nonsense for us each to live alone. Paris is a good distance off. You have forgotten. So have I. When shall we be married?" The girl was very pale. She liked him, yes, even loved him, and wished to minister to his comfort and happiness, but to become his wife was a vastly different matter. "If you do not consent, Bonne-Marie," he said, hastily, "I shall know what to think. You have not told me the truth, that is all I have to say." To be again misunderstood, and to be once more despised, seemed more than she could well bear. She looked him full in the face. "Let my year of mourning expire first," she said, quietly.
That is all I ask." "That is good," her friend replied. "Now," he added, "may I breakfast with you?" He opened the door and dragged in a large basket containing the choicest fish he had caught the night before. "Look," he said, "take what you want. In the future you are to have the best of everything." She leaned over the basket to avoid his eyes, and all at once she remembered the day when her father and the coast guard were telling stories by the window, while Jean Baptiste at the other side of the room implored her to look kindly upon him. She lifted her eyes to his and saw that he remembered it also. "That time is past and gone, Bonne-Marie," he said. "Past and gone with much that is good and much that is bad, and I can truly say that I for one do not wish to see it back." He took in his rough hand the girl's slender fingers, and drawing her to him, kissed her on both cheeks, not with the air of a timid lover, but as husband and master. The winter passed away more quickly than they dreamed it could, and was not as prodigal of storms as usual. Therefore Bonne-Marie did not learn until later the sorrows and anxiety that fall into the share of any woman whose lover or whose husband is a sailor. One evening, when the valley was green and fresh again, the village gossips learned that this marriage would take place the next day. The whole village was interested, for Jean Baptiste had invited them one and all. "My marriage is nothing to be ashamed of," he said, "and my bride and I wish to be friends with all the world. Come one, come all, then I say." That evening Jean Baptiste was out fishing, for he had set his heart on having on his table the finest dish of fish that had ever been seen. Bonne-Marie, therefore, was alone. She wrapped herself in her cloak and went down to the beach, where she had in other days dreamed so many fair dreams. She felt the need of solitude, for her house had been full all day of neighbors, and reminded her of a hive of bees. When the sea lay before her, and a huge rock at her right concealed the path that led to the village, she sat down. Had all her ambitious dreams ended here, in this humble fishing port? They had vanished, and vanished too was all the romance out of her life. To be devoted, in the future, to the austere calm of conjugal fireside. What a contrast would this summer be to the last! In spite of herself, Bonne-Marie remembered the frantic applause, the madrigals and bouquets. Had she really heard them, or were they dreams like the rest? The ballad she had sung at her debut came back to her. She had forgotten it, for she had never sung it since her return. Impelled by an irresistible desire to try her voice, and ascertain if its power were diminished, she sang, "J'ai quitté ma soeur en bouquet." The clear, sweet voice rang over the sands, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. A light mist, through which the rays came, was like a halo. Suddenly her voice failed her, and she burst into tears and hid her face in the cool, fresh grass. "I have suffered," she sobbed, "suffered so much, and I do so wish to be happy, good and quiet." She wiped away her tears and calmed the wild pulsations of her heart, and contemplated her future life. Jean's she would certainly be, and happy. Why not? With duty and mutual confidence as guides. At this moment, at the turn of the rock, not on the beach, whence in her dreams came the unknown, but on the blue transparent sea, appeared Jean Baptiste's sail. It was her husband who was coming, and all dreams must vanish at his approach. Bonne-Marie drove them away now, for the last time. They never came again, or, if they did, she knew how to close the door in their faces. At the Salon of this year, just at the time, in fact, that this marriage took place in Almonville, a wonderful portrait of a woman appeared, with the name Luciane. This portrait created an extraordinary excitement. The critics quarreled over it, all the artists discussed it, crowds gathered before it, and of the 300,000 visitors who were at the exposition, there were not 10, in all probability, who had not seen and admired it. The name of Morin was buzzed about as well as that of his model. Luciane's mysterious disappearance, long since forgotten, was now revived, and became the groundwork of 1,000 romances, each and all far from the truth. The result of this was, for Morin, a celebrity as rapid as it was dangerous. He was punished through his success and through his egotism, for never again in his life did he do anything to be compared to this famous portrait. It is said, and with reason, that certain writers have never done but one good novel, And that was the story of their own existence. After this they could not give themselves up to fiction. Luciane, when she tore herself from him, had left in his side the triple arrow of wounded self-esteem, unsatisfied ambition, and some little sincere regret, out of which he wove for his friends a tale of an unforgotten sorrow. These new sensations had imparted to his pencil a depth of sentiment and power of execution he could never find again. Morin remained, therefore, an artist of second-rate reputation. But he became rich, for Luciane's portrait induced a wealthy heiress to order her own from him, and his order ended in matrimony. 10 years from this time, Bonne-Marie was the mother of 3 fisher lads, handsome as pictures. The eldest went out with his father in his boat constantly, and the other 2 rolled in the warm sand on the seashore, and paddled in the water to their heart's content. About this time it so happened that there was a grand fête in preparation at Cherbourg, in honor of the launching of a frigate built for the navy. The minister would be there, and the journals gave the names of the men of distinction who would accompany him. Among these Bonne-Marie read that of Louis Morin, who came to sketch the scene for a great Paris paper. She was alone as she read this announcement, and all at once she felt that she must see the man again who had played so important a part in her life. Not that she preserved the smallest vestige of tenderness for him, but she fancied that should she see him, she would love her husband more fondly than ever. Choosing an auspicious moment, she spoke to Jean-Baptiste of this new fancy of hers, and as she rarely asked for any indulgence, he was only too glad to give his permission for her to go to Cherbourg for the fête. The children would remain at home with their father. Among a crowd of unknown faces, she was not long in discovering that of Morin, but so changed that she looked at him at first with considerable doubt. He had grown stout and grey. His eyes were surrounded with wrinkles, and he looked much older than he really was, for notwithstanding his financial success, the consciousness that other artists thought very little of his works had never ceased to weigh upon him. He was rich, but sad, being embittered by the consciousness of his utter lack of genius. "And that is the man I loved," said Bonne-Marie to herself. "I was utterly mad." The look that she riveted upon the artist affected him magnetically, and he looked up. Morin's involuntary start proved to Bonne-Marie that he had not forgotten his former model. Her features were as clearly cut as ever, and her eyes had lost none of their velvety brilliancy, but he attributed this resemblance to accident, to the type of the country perhaps. Bonne-Marie offered so calm and unmoved a countenance to his inquiring eyes that he passed on without an idea of the truth. She looked after him. His slightly rounded shoulders, a certain sulky air about the whole form and face of this discontented artist, excited her pity. "Is it possible," she said, as she turned homeward, without waiting for the fête, "is it possible that I ever loved this man?" Her husband was much surprised at her speedy return, without waiting for the launch of the fireworks. "I found it wearisome," she answered quietly. "I was not amused without you." That evening, when the children were asleep and Jean-Baptiste sat smoking his pipe, his wife said to him, "My dear, I have seen Louis Morin." Jean-Baptiste started, and looked at his wife, who smiled tenderly in return. "Indeed," he said, with a jealous intonation in his voice. "Well, my man," she answered, employing the phraseology of the district, "I love you, and that is all that is to be said." Jean-Baptiste took in his the hand that rested on his shoulder, and went on smoking his pipe. They are perfectly happy. The end. End of Bonne-Marie, A Tale of Normandy and Paris by Henry Gréville, translated by Mary Neal Sherwood. Recording by Susannah Mason.